Alright, let's get to it then. Our latest, potentially greatest Caesar 3 custom map comes in from MrPanda. This one is Pratum. And Toga Boy has got a letter for me, as he often does. And I don't have it to hand, so I'll just read it out for you. It says, Ave, servant of Rome, a new threat to Rome has arisen in the wild north. As you are the most dispensable governor, our wise leader Caesar himself gave you the chance to redeem yourself. You shall travel north at once and set up a small buffer city so that we can muster more troops to push back those rather frightening barbarians. There are some local tribes. I would not trust them not to spring an attack if the opportunity presents itself. And who knows, if you succeed, Caesar himself might have tasks at hand for you in more comfortable conditions. I've been told that the north is safe from invasions. There is an earthquake, there is no revolt, and trade income will not last forever. Now this map has been a little bit spoiled to me because just the other day I was watching Beware the Blobber run this very map, so I know things like the earthquake's location. It's not really relevant. I know a few things that happened to trade. However, the map has been altered slightly since then, and one alteration was that there used to be quite a lot of mining spots around here. Now there is one, potentially two. And when Blobber played this, he mined the entrance and exit point, which is a bug in the game. You can, if you're a very underhanded individual, set up marble quarries and iron mines to mine out the road from Rome. But I see this as being a very disrespectful governor who abuses the empirical infrastructure. It seems that the mapmaker thought so as well and decided to put in water to prevent that. Now that wouldn't prevent me. I am a dirty, dirty cheater. And what I can do is move the road to Rome, like so. And just like that, I can pop this out and I can mine it. Doop, doop. Doop, doop. But I'd never dream of doing such a thing. I just like to show that I can. Roman disaster prediction. It's way ahead of its time, huh? Yeah, apparently so. We even know when the earthquakes are arriving, years before they do. So, what's special about this map? What's going to make it challenging? And where should you put your money on our little gamble here about whether or not we ever fail? Now, that is not the same as do we win. We are probably going to win because I'm a damn good Caesar 3 player. But do at any point we fail and get sent off to man the galleys? Well, maybe. Knowing a bit about this scenario will help you make an enlightened choice. There are natives all over the place. That seems to be one of the main themes here. If we check the native map mode, every red dot here is where they consider to be their land, and if you build even a single point on them, every native will rise up and destroy your city. It's really quite savage, so never do that. We cannot placate the natives. We do not have the native missionary post, so we won't be able to trade with them, and we won't ever be able to build on this land without being harassed. It goes beyond harassment. They just level your city. Never build on these red squares. They occupy quite a bit of scattered land. I wouldn't say they occupy anything that's too strategically important. There's a lot of land for raising crops here. It'd be very handy to have that, but they have that entirely. Otherwise, they're largely in places we can build around. One of the more annoying ones is this one right here. It's right in the middle of this really nice land for growing. It doesn't look nice, but trust me, it's pretty nice. And I suppose this is... yeah, they occupy a lot of land that I would love to mine marble out of. The marble mining spots are rather limited. As I mentioned, there are 2 spots over here. And there are a few spots over here that one could mine marble out of. Which one we use, I'm not quite sure. But that's for me to suss out. There are also hidden little wolves around the place. Well, not hidden. I think we can see the ones here. There are some up here. Are there any over here? Anybody got really good eyesight to spot some wolves? Because I'm like 90% sure there's some wolves around here. But 90 is not 100%, as XCOM and Xenonauts have been sure to teach me. I don't trust them. Anyway, they're probably them around there. Rakusa says I don't want to spoil the surprise. They're probably removed. No need to worry. Oh, great. Just removed. No problem. For some reason, the map maker put seagulls on the inland, and that can actually be a big problem if you want to build a big building, because it counts as unbuildable land. Please put your seagulls over water. Don't move them over land. Right. What do we have available to us on the land here? Fruit is the only food source. I lament every time that wheat is not locally available. Wheat is the fastest to grow outside of northern maps. We are on a northern map, but even so, market ladies stock more wheat than other foods. They stock 600 units of fruit and veg and meat. They stock 800 units of wheat, which is actually quite important when it comes to food distribution. But that's not really our problem here. We just have fruit, we got to deal with that. Otherwise, we can grow olives and vines. So we have access to wine and oil, but the only raw material we have is marble. And who buys what? We have 2 land trade routes. One of them buys marble and sells us wheat. That's going to be important for patricians. And Thamagadi, they sell us quite a lot of raw material. They sell us timber and clay. They also sell us pottery, which, I hate importing pottery. But they will buy our olives, our wine, and our oil. We have been warned that trade does not last forever, so we can't rely on that income for, assumedly, very long. Syracuse is an important site for a new colony. It's also an important site for buying fruit. We don't have meat to sell them. They will sell us iron and weapons, so we can have legionaries. They'll also sell us a second wine type, but that is not relevant because we only have 2 types of food available. So the patrician level that we're limited to is large villa. Large villa is not that great, but it's not terrible. Let me grab my tier list of buildings right there. The large villa is the rightmost building you see on the C tier, C for Charlie. Alongside large hovels, small villas, small casa, large palace, and of course the large villa itself. Why do I say it's so mediocre? Well, it's a big step up from the small and medium villas. Houses 90 people, gives reasonable tax, and it gives an okay boost to prosperity. I think one of those is 400 prosperity, which is quite nice considering that the prosperity target here is 100. So it's going to be damn sight easier to reach 100 prosperity on this map than it was on Furnisher of War. But it's going to be a bit harder to feed my people here than on Furnisher of War, I reckon. In terms of our starting setup, we have almost no money. I don't know what it is with the recent Caesar maps that I've been playing and just giving me no buggering money to start with. But the low money combined with a pretty poor trade situation does make this a really trepidatious start. If we're going to fail, we're likely to fail early. To make matters slightly worse, I would want to build my initial settlement around here, because there's arable land, there's more arable land, there's a lot of arable land, very close to the entry point so I can get my workers in very quickly. But if I cheese off Toga Boy, the invasion comes from here, and if I have my city right here, he immediately destroys it. Unless I pre-position my troops, but that isn't necessarily easy. So, I don't know about that one. Luckily, food travels well in Caesar 3, as you like to say. No, food absolutely does not travel well. But we have quite a lot of arable land. It just doesn't look like it. We can squeeze in a few farms here. We can squeeze in like a couple of farms here. We can squeeze a lot of farms up on this high ground. There's a very cool location here that almost works but doesn't. Actually, I had an idea in my head for patrician or high-level plebeian goods distribution up here, but there is no way to connect this area to the road to Rome. And if you can't do that, then destination walkers won't walk. So just because there's a slight squeeze over here, we can't actually use this land at all, except for, some kinds of buildings and, of course, desirability boosters. And even putting people up here, but that seems like a bad idea. But anyway, this arable land, no good to us. Lots of arable land up here should mean I can feed tons of people, though. Can get another few farms up here, can get about 4 farms here. So how are we going to set this up? I reckon that since it doesn't really matter where the industrial base goes, I will have this as my area for lots of plebs, and I'll have my industrial base down here. I would like to be able to feed my people in my industrial base, but it might just be tent labor for a wee while. They will chafe under my high taxes, and there will be high taxes, but I can't think of any other way to do it. Well, actually, I can think of one other way to do it. I could slightly let go of some of my export. I could reduce myself from 15 to maybe 9 wine exported in exchange for feeding the people here with a single little fruit farm. That means they'd need things like entertainment, education, a bathhouse, which I really don't want to set up for them, so we'll see. We'll see how angry they get under my tax regime. I am very intimidated by the severe lack of money here. Oh well. Needs must, and we must need. Because look at that, I'm already chomping into my cash really, really hardcore. Better set that tax down to 0. I think I can get away with it pushing up wages early since I need the money badly. Unbelievably, Toga Boy has given me a salary, 2 denarii a month. We are unfortunately going to set that to 0 denarii a month, but it will reduce the rate at which we lose favor with Rome. Down from -2 a year to -1 a year. So I think what we do is we get some initial farming here and here to feed our plebes, and then we just put them over here. That money situation is going to be so bad, though, that I'm really thinking about the industry first. I want to delete as little as I can because I know that space might seem important. I don't like how far away this is from the entry point, but I really, really need the industry moving, don't I? Worth noting that we do not get blessings from the gods. Difficulty is on God Mode Plus, which means they only curse me, they never give me any good stuff. Alright. How I can do it is this. I know that I can have 1, 2, 3. So I know the farms are going to be along this road. Here, and here, and here, and here. And I'm going to have my marble quarry here. And here. As close as we can. So my great thought is that we're going to have them come across something like so. And there'll be a bit of an intersection here. So I want to set up probably 2 to keep it safe. 2 labor access points here. And now I've got my little pink pixel at the ready so I can tell where the merge points are. It doesn't answer many of my questions though, like where exactly do I want them? Yeah, somewhere around here, but where exactly? I guess wherever I can find a merge point, huh? Unfortunately, I find it pretty hard to see them on this map. I have to look really close at the screen. This seems fine, right? Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. A shunk. And I should probably have one over here as well. Anywhere offering? Yeah, that seems like it's offering. I prefer it if they were in line, though, for some reason. Can I sneak you in here? That'll do. Okay. Alright, that's fine. So you'll come out and get your labor from here. And this one will come and get its labor from there. And then I'll have my industry here. So no matter where the walkers go, they should be able to get access to everything they need. And I think if I have an engineer here... No, I'm going to put the engineer here. Pretty confident he'll reach everywhere. Engineer's a very long walker. Was it Maddox Rock's map he lost last time when he was 4 years ago or so? Let me try and English that one out, Ninja. Was it the Marek Rocks map he lost last time, which was 4 years ago or so? There we go. Whew. 4 years ago for Seleucid Cartamans sounds about right, but passage of time is a bit wibbly-wobbly, so it's hard to say for sure. Right, I don't like how I've run through almost half of my money already, and all I've done is build a couple of mines. I need to suss out how this is going to be built. I don't really want my fruit farms up immediately, but I do need to build around them, which is kind of annoying. I wish Caesar 3 had a planner tool. It'd be really nice just to put down a free little visual thing that shows me I want my farm here. Or let me middle click to put a ghost farm down. Oh, that would be good. But that's probably way too advanced for what Caesar can really offer. Because I'm trying to puzzle in my head how many of these buildings I can actually have. Okay, I've got it. I can have 5 here. 5 is pretty good. So we go like 1, 2, 3. So it comes somewhere along here. 1, 2, 3. I'll get the other one here. Alright, that's pretty good. So the farms are going to be around here. Meaning I could just have this one just come on down like so. Come on down to South Park. Gonna have ourselves a something. I can squeeze in 2 farms here. Yeah, farm here and farm here. Maybe I could actually start by having these ones built. Makes sense to me. Now, where does the almighty granary go? Do I want it connected to this stairwell? Could cause me problems. Could not cause me problems, though. In the end, I think the granary is going to move, because I think a bulk of my food production is going to be up here. Though how exactly it gets there, I'm unsure. How large do I want this to be? 1, 2, space, 1, 2. I guess something like that is okay. Do wish this was slightly bigger, though. Could have it out like so. Yeah, my main concern is when I start building up here for more food, how does it connect into all of this? So I have a general idea or image in my head of how this city is going to be. There's going to be a large food production over here into a very centralized granary. They might even get food from other granaries that are across here. And then it houses a large amount of plebeians around here in the north. We've been told the north is safe, so it's a great place to build up a lot of our housing. Down the south here, I mean, there's all this arable land, but this is an obvious invasion point. Same here. This place is full of angry natives. This is okay, but there's nothing really available here. There's no arable land or the likes. And this is good for building on, but not great for farming on. I'll say that, but look at all this fruit area. My main issue, though, is it's quite far away from the road to Rome. And I can't really access this area yet because there are all these wolves in the way. So I need a bit of an army before I take on the wolves. Wow, it's KevDev. His bi-monthly Vasca is in. Celebrating 9.5 years. KevDev is such a name of the ancients. He was memeing before it was cool. I reckon I could do something here. Would be nice to just have it attached there, but I wonder if that's making walkers go too far. Let's not risk it. I'm going to put you here. There we go. Something like, but not necessarily this. One nice thing about the anti-mining the road to Rome stuff is that now I have water access. It can be put right about here? Ooh. Kind of built this out a little far now that I think about it. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Okay. I'm imagining problems. I'm going to delete this little bit of road, and I'm going to shove the reservoir here. That should be plenty of water access. And I can drag an aqueduct along here to put another reservoir here, because it's cheaper than dragging the water from there. Early money is a huge concern right now. As you can tell, I don't really have much of it. I'm sure you can tell that, right? Well, I need it eventually. This is already very problematic, isn't it? Wait a second, I just realized a problem with my setup here. The road actually needs to come along here instead. Oh, that's a few ducats that I... Oh, shoot, I still didn't put it in the right place. Oops. There we go. That will cover the farms, the future farms. This is problematic. I don't even have the money to open up the trade routes. So we're pretty forced into debt here. Feels quite bad. Caesar's going to have my guts for garters. Oh well. I need to put a little bit of thought into just how many people I can stomach to have right now. How come every bloody active chatter is in the lose lobby? Well, the lobbies are closed. Okay. I need to have a little bit of a thought about how many workers that I need overall. Assuming I'm going to need a lot because I want the industry to really thrive and make me some early money. Okay, well, let's just slam them in. So I'm going to do my good old trick here of putting down places where I know they're going to merge. That's a no, but that is a yes. Oops, no, yes. That's also a yes. That's also a yes. That's also a yes. And this is too small. How about up at the top side? I can't build here. This area needs to be kept clear for the road to Rome. That's a no. That's a yes. That's probably a yes. It's probably a yes. Probably a yes. That looks good. Wow, a lot of mergers here. I hope I'm not making some kind of horrible mistake. That's finally a no. That's a yes. I quite like them down here as well. I think I already checked this for merger points. We'll check again. I'm burning through my money like it's not even there. This is insane. Why does Toga Boy never give me any bloody money? Does he want the glory of Rome or not? I'm starting to think he doesn't. That's a no, that's a no, that's a no. And that's a yes. There's a lot of no's going on here. I would have liked this area for... Hold on. Where can I even get water? Oh, well, I'll just have to spend money to water these people down the line. I'm not going to use this for water access. I need it for farming access. Jake, now the bets have closed. Think about it. It's summer. Lake Valton must be great for rowing. Why not take your character for some rowing lessons? It's summer. It's April the 2nd. It's like 6 degrees today. Actually, it's 12 degrees. Jeez. Oh, it was 6 degrees the other day. Right. I'm certainly going to need more housing than this because the industry needs to get going immediately. Just curious. Oh, of course, we're not going to have industry here. I keep thinking that I want some industry buildings here. So I'm trying to avoid building there, but that makes no sense. Of course we want buildings there. Yeah, we're fine. Don't bellyache. In fact, I've left myself a lot of area here for service buildings, so all the more reason to build up some nice housing around here. Given the way the water stretches, I could even have some housing over here. Rolling weather. People don't understand the stresses and strains I go through on all my Caesar maps. Wait. Ooh, crap, that was a waste of money. I can't put those there because that's where my farming goes. I wonder if this will be enough. Oh well, don't have much choice.
You got through those funds quickly. Try to make these new funds last longer.
Let's not bring up Islands of Pain. That was a very painful map. Alright.
I heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
Let's not accidentally save over an old map, because this game does not warn you about overwriting old saves. And I'm pretty sure I've ruined some of my old saves by accidentally saving over them. Anyway, this is Pratus stream. No, it's Pratum, not Pratus. Stream 01. Bang. Is your character's name Dick Suckham? Yes. So, this game just takes your most recent used name, which wasn't a problem for a long time because, hey, I just run people's save games when I do custom maps. But if you give me a map file, it pulls the last used name. And I think I named him that for a laugh, and I keep forgetting to change him. We're gonna be out of money so fast. That's why I like building close to the road to Rome, though. You get your immigrants into their houses on the double. Yeah, it's probably a relative of Biggest Dickus. There's a wowman. Good place for an engineer post right there. And I made this mistake last time. Let's not make it again. Doctor. See to my smelly Romans, please. If any of these don't merge, it's going to be a tragic waste of money. I don't really have the money to be putting down my mergers, though. I should avoid that. We are going to need some temples, which is painful. And it needs to be for Ceres. I don't care about Neptune in the slightest, so we'll tell him to screw himself. I do have a granary, so I'm going to need to placate Mercury. We don't want to be invaded by Mars. And Venus is very important to placate. So there we go. Let's go into debt, appeasing the gods.
My governors think money grows on trees.
Clinics are so easy to forget, though. Alright, great. We've got these guys going. I'm hoping that this engineer can actually reach everything. Says he has poor access to employees, but I don't believe it for a moment. Yeah, maybe I should believe it, though. Ugh, I'm sure they're fine. Oh, Rome already pays more wages. Oh boy. And it was a triple boost. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, well, you reach there, so you'll probably reach there if you ever walk that way. I put the clinic hotkey in a row with the prefects and engineers. I haven't forgotten them since. Hotkeys. Ooh, sounds like advanced tactics to me. Practically cheating. Okay, no more shortage of workers for you. We're also going to need to get some olive oil and some vines going. Okay, the engineer is somewhat worryingly not going in this direction. I don't want to build another engineer because I can't really spare the workforce, but might have to. Yeah, what a troubling start. How does RNG work with Rome pays no more wages? RNG is set at the start of the map, which is why it's pretty good for map makers to provide a save file so everybody has the same RNG. But we just have a map file here instead of a save file. We'll just have to cope with that. The engineer is not going this way. If he doesn't go that way in his next walk, I'm going to have to build a second engineer there. Which I'm not thrilled about, but when am I ever thrilled? Right. I am going to need warehouses around here. It's kind of bad to put them next to the housing because they find them very undesirable. I think I can get away with putting you over here. Alright, this will be the marble one. And I'm going to want another one for not marble. This one will get the wine and the oil. I don't think wineries or oil pressers are desirable places, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Is the winery desirable? You'd think it would be pretty desirable. A smell of wine in the air all day, every day. I'm just going to check that right now. I can't spare the money to put it down and check in-game. So I'm going to open up my Caesar 3 resources folder, desirability.ods. ODS? Whatever. It's got all the desirability ratings for everything. It is an industrial building. It is the wine workshop. Where the heck is that? The wine workshop is only -1 to adjacent buildings, so actually it's fine to put across the road. People don't mind living across the road from the wine workshop. Very good. I'll put you there. How undesirable is the oil workshop? It's -3 at a distance of 2. So actually it doesn't affect the house from here. Alright, there we go. We'll start with the production. I'm just putting one down. I have enough industrial capacity for 4 of each. But can't spare money, can't spare workers for that currently. And it doesn't really matter because they'll just deliver to one of them initially. After they deliver to the one, then I'll build the second. Because they care about how full the target is the moment they leave their building, not when they arrive. So with that one built, then I can build the second ones. Feeling a bit in debt right now. Yeah, wages cap at 45. But if you pay above Rome, that means that your expenses per worker's capped at 53. Because the biggest bonus you can get to City Mood is paying 8 above Rome. Pretty brutal. Get these merged. Good for my state of mind. Even though it's costing me money that I don't have. You know what? Let's just go ham with the food production. I really, really want it. I want these people in hovels so they pay me loads of money in taxes. And they house more people so I can get more of this working. Alright, great. Look at all those industries going. It's good. More and more. We're going to end the year in debt. Caesar's going to be very, very unhappy with me. But that's to be expected. A grumpy old toad. I can't water everybody without expanding my infrastructure, can I? I think I'm pretty damn close, but I should probably regard it as important to water them over there. We have no access to wells. And these three are actually a bit of a pain, because it's a significant expenditure to bring water over here. Probably want it here-ish to water a lot of people. Don't really want to tear them down either, though. It's good housing. Well, what can you do? You can check the native risk. You can consider the next best place for this. And just eat it. Money won't be easy to come by, you know. Right, watering my plebes. And water's over to those guys, so this should be sufficient here. And these people can get watered from there. So actually 3 fountains for all these people is pretty good. Whoosh, look at it go. It's a lot more people that can come in. And it is quite a lot. The boost from small tent to large tent is from 20 to 28. It's a huge boost. And all they need is water for that. These people will remain small tents, though. They're just there for labor access. Everybody's getting labor access, which is a good sign. I still need to spend a lot of money opening trade routes. I don't know why mappers keep giving me no money to start with. It just leads to this rather anxious beginning. Which is maybe what they're going for, but it's not what I'm going for. Ninjin is going, oh, I'd forgotten how hacky Julius Code is. You tell yourself this every time. Surely after a while, this man will remember. Alright, these hungry Romans. I really actually don't want the marketplace over there. It's an undesirable building next to the aqueduct, making this a very difficult to make desirable place. I should put something desirable here instead. Alright, I'm already convinced. In that case, I'll put the marketplace over here. 2 marketplaces over here. How high am I going to make these people in terms of housing quality anyway? Casear doesn't seem out of the question, but I need to tax properly. Taxing properly means insulae. Insulae means... Oh, would you look at that perfect space I left for this warehouse? Okay, we could have this be insulae. How many have I put down? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. You know what? I should write this down somewhere. Where's my little book of Toga Boy related grudges? And the last thing in here are a bunch of notes on a Caesar 3 map. Also some icons. What are these icons from? Honor, courage, loyalty. Oh god, that was the Nancy Drew game. Okay, pen and paper this one out then. I said 23, right? I'll just draw a quick diamond to represent the map. Gesture towards this area and say it is 23. Just 23 is fine. Of course, the question is how many people am I going to be able to feed in that 23, but that's a question I can approach when we start to finalize our feeding and their level of housing. But the point is I want these people up to hovels pretty swiftly, which they'll get to, actually. And as soon as they are hoveled, they need to pay giga tax. Maybe I should register from taxes already? No, not yet. Giga taxes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have my concerns about there being only 7 farms here. Let me actually run the numbers. I have 7 farms. Each of them produce 160 food per something. No, they each feed 160 people. There we go. So they'll feed 1,120 people. How many people fit in a hovel? I guess we'll find out pretty soon. I don't want to look that up. We do have the opportunity to expand our farming up here, but it's blocked by wolves. And also getting labor access up here is going to be a pain because of the stairways. These stairways are cancerous. Walkers get trapped in them because it's actually a 2x2 road. So they like walk around in circles on them and then bugger off without actually going and getting labor access or granting bollocks. And see if the dude works from there. Please go north before this thing collapses. He is going north before this thing collapses. Observe my little delectable trick.
These structures were in poor condition. I came along just in time.
That saved the marble quarry from falling over, potentially. Okay, so this engineer doesn't actually reach up there. Hopefully this one goes everywhere. You know, I'm full of hope. Right, speaking of things I need to be full of, I need to... Oh my god, there's an incoming attack already. How did I not notice that? Wait, is the attack a problem? Does it have any way to reach me? I don't think it does, right? The attack will come from the south, and is there any way towards me? This way is blocked by foliage. This way is just blocked. I actually think I'm safe. Well, to a degree. But it will block immigration, which is a slight problem. Interesting. In that case, I don't need to push for a military. I can... Well, I need to be absolutely rock solid sure that that is the case. So if they come from any of these southern access points, that means that this can be considered a general area that they can reach. From here, the only ways to get to the north are through here, so they cannot get through this forest. And through here, they cannot get through this, whatever you'd call it, ravine. So if the map maker is not pulling stuff out of his rear end, and the north is indeed safe, we're actually safe from any enemy invasion. Okay, so I want to get these upgraded to hovel and full of work. Not my problem, I don't have any boats. Right, I want to get these up to hovels and full of people as soon as possible so that I don't care that immigration is blocked. Yes, a brilliant idea by me. I also need to turbocharge my production here. There we go. That's right, I opened the trade routes, but I didn't actually tell him to sell anything. That was a mistake. Got distracted by Neptune. Buy all of my marble, buy all of my oil, buy all of my wine, please.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
I timed that perfectly, because they just spawn now. If they spawn and you're not selling or buying anything, they just immediately go to the end, and that'll block the spawning of more of them.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Whether or not they can get to my warehouses to buy stuff for this year's trade quota or not, I do not know. But I can hope. Those donkeys sure move slowly. I think I want to register these people for taxes already. Alright, this also gives me a good idea of desirability. Right, these can hold 52 people each. Okay. That means I produce enough food for 21 hovels, and I have 23. So I am going to need to expand food production. I have a cunning plan, but I'm very, very broke. So I'm going to accept the food deficit under the presumption that I have enough of a food buffer to stomach it for a little while. And I'm going to tax people's togas off. Unfortunately, I'm going to end up with a lot of unemployment that I can't really put to good use. There are no good unemployment sinks. There's no import-export loop. I could farm a bunch of olives purely for the idea of selling them. I don't know about that. I mean, I need the money and I need to employ people, so it's probably a good idea. I mean, I guess. I'm so broke. Caesar is probably going to give me the Omega Pa, where he actually invades me, because there's just no bloody money. I don't know why map makers keep starting me off with absolutely no money. The quotas might be able to get me out of it, actually, so let's assume that they will. Do we just hold our breath for a little while? I guess so. Yeah, as expected, I have issues evolving some of them up to hovels, but let's just live with that for now. I can't spare any money until I ship some goods. Come on, I really need the marble shipped. December, December, December. Ah, damn it. It went to January just before they started buying things, so I wasn't able to fill anything of last year's quota, and now all the sales are this year's quota. Hopefully that doesn't kill me too hard, but I'm a little low on funds, you see.
I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
Really good for a presentation there. What a humbug. Did I really only put down one market? One marketplace won't feed these fools. Have another one over here. Nice and close to the granary. Yeah, my concern is that I will struggle to tax these people if I don't bring down unemployment. But by expanding all these houses, I'm going to have a lot of people here. And people are unemployment. Toga Boy's very angry. Hey, Mr. Panda, while you're here, please don't put seagulls on dry land because it causes this problem. You can't actually build on the seagull spot and it keeps moving.
I love coming here. A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
He likes how they look and I tend to agree. Okay, come on. Get evolving. Wow, I'm actually in the black now. Cool. Also, Rome has increased the price of pottery. Neptune's very angry. Okay, well, we knew this was coming. I need to expand up here. Okay, I wouldn't say I'm comfortably in the black, but I am undeniably in the black. I really want to start taxing these people. The taxation should at least cover wages for a while. Alright, here's part of my brilliant plan. Since I know the enemy can't get up here, I am going to erect a wall. Now, normally, I don't like unlocking the wolves here, and I never pen wolves in. There's a really cheap trick you can do in this game, which is build aqueducts and pen in wolves, but I find that really cheap. But you know what? I have no problem with building a wall of farms. That's just clever. Apparently the smell of all these fruit farms will turn away all of those wolves. 25, that's 3 of them, right? What, how did that even happen? You stay where you are, little wolvy guys. Okay, so I'm gonna have these dudes. And I'm gonna go back into debt, so sue me. Getting anything for this little tent might be difficult, but let's just look real close at this. I can't merge you, but I can merge you. Is that okay? Ugh, both of these are non-merger points. Both of them would have been excellent merger points, but let's have you here then. Let's do something like, but not necessarily this. I know I need this warehouse at some point, so I'll slam you down. I'll tell you to accept only olives. The olives get delivered there. The extra fruit goes here to feed my people. And everybody's happy. I will be extra happy if this place ever gets visited by the market lady. Or a religion, or anything really, but this is okay. By the way, did that engineer end up...
You again!
Why are you angry, Caesar? You sent me here with no bloody money. What do you expect? This freaking guy. I want some hovels. Hovels mean taxes. Also, it means they stop revolting so hard when they realize that they have to be taxed. Did his voice just glitch out my voice? No, so what happens is I often lean in like this. And I'm looking for little pink pixels here. Because I put a little pink pixel on non-merger points and it tells me where to best build my houses. The little pink pixel might be seen as a bit of a cheat. Here, I'll show you. Look at this strip of land. There's no pink pixel, but if I drag this, it changes the graphic. And I edited those changed graphics to show a little pink pixel. There's one right there at the end of my mouse pointer. And if there's a pink pixel, that means that if I build a house like that, it will not merge. And I do that to seek out where they will merge. What you could do is just memorize all little tile graphics, but I don't have the brain for memorizing that. Yeah, we can't see it on stream, but we believe you. Now, some people can see it. I'm afraid you might have poor vision there, Rainy. So I'm revoking your calling me blind card. May, and we've already filled up a lot of our export quota, so I can't really afford to spend a lot of money. Also about to be invaded, but we knew that was coming, right? Taxing these people is going to be difficult. Because I have no... well, desirability for one. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I got too much unemployment to tax these people at a reasonable rate. And I'm going to have a lot more unemployment as these fill up. So how can I sponge up jobs? I could build the Roman water park. 15 denarii for hoovering up 4 workers isn't bad. It's the same ratio as building a library, but the library has to be built on a road with labor access. Whereas the water park could be built somewhere that we don't care about, like over here. Which I might just do. I'm not thrilled at the Roman water park solution, but it is a very good solution. Yeah, I can't evade the fact that I need to tax these people like crazy, so let's build a little non-functional water park. What tax rate are we thinking about today? Well, we do like 25% tax rate. It's hard to say no to that. And these people are probably all registered for tax. Well, these guys will be once they evolve. These guys will be a bit angry at what I'm doing here. I have no prefect, so we can't even enact the prefect defense on this map. Interesting.
I wouldn't mind squeezing people for denarii all day long if there was a bit more nightlife here.
Some people just are impossible to please.
I've got nowhere to live.
Impossible. I need to be very, very careful to keep my unemployment below 5%. Caesar's not going to be happy when I end the year in debt again.
I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
And Rome pays more wages, and the price of oil just collapsed. Okay, so I need to pay people... it was another triple raise as well. I need to pay them 36 plus 8. Ow. Oh, well, we need to start taxing like mad. And I'm pretty bloody mad. You're doing a good job of keeping your cash flow below 5%. We have another batch of oil and wine that we can export. And I have to hope that that keeps me fiscally hydrated for the rest of the year. I would rather have my people work on industries that make me money, but there's nothing I can reasonably have them do. There is a bit more marble I could mine out, but that has the implicit... No, actually, I could do that without getting the way to the invasions opened. But that comes with other problems. Hold on. Just realized something I'm not doing, which is selling those olives. Might just squeeze ourselves out for the rest of the year on olives. Okay. How do my people feel about me? People are very pleased with you. Oh, good. I like pleased people. The people in tents are not going to be pleased because they also get angered by the tax rate, even though they don't pay them. It's like Hungarians, they get mad about tax, but never met a Hungarian that pays their taxes. Buy my marble, buy my oil, buy my wine. Oh, fiscal hydration. Oh, thank God.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods? I love coming here. Business is going very well.
All right, great. I certainly want to max out those exports. And then have enough money to afford an army. Because the enemies of Rome are on their way. People are stocking up on food, so I'm not too worried about devolutions here and there. It's a distribution issue, not a production issue. Okay. I might just get through the early game here. I am absolutely being saved by the fact that the invasions can't hit me, though. I need to generate a bit of cash so I can build up an army. Kill the wolves, not to mention the invaders. Part of the question, though, is where do I put my forts? Always need to consider where the natives consider their own land. See, this land seems like I could just slam a fort there, but I think it's excellent building land. Maybe somewhere around here. I'm never really going to be building around this area. How many forts do you think I could squeeze in around here? Yeah, actually, I think I could get a good 4 forts around here. Building here, I think, is okay, because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It won't actually affect the desirability of this house over here. Question is, do I plan on using this for real buildings down the line? By that time, I'm sure I'll be drowning in money. 4 forts should be fine. Oh, yeah.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some? A good day to you.
I don't like what I just read there, though. Okay, so the price of wine goes down, the price of oil goes down, the price of pottery goes up. It's not making life easy for me, but maybe I shouldn't be expecting that. Right, so my idea is next year we just build up our cash reserves, build up an army, we wipe out the wolves, we maybe restructure this area to produce a lot more food, and then we expand into a very large plebeian area here. Once I have a couple of small insular areas, we should be good to go in general. This guy does get access to the gods. I'm curious to see if I can make you into a hovel as well. I want to minimize my tents because the tents cause discontent. Somebody mentioned wages going up. No, it went up twice, but I'm on top of it. Wow, hovel just like that. They're probably not going to be paying taxes, and it's probably not worth giving them a dedicated forum. Probably.
These houses pay so little tax, it hardly seems worth my time.
Taxes do not eclipse wages. In fact, the wages seem to have exploded. But that's probably okay. Let's tell ourselves it's okay. Alright, so December, it's a good time to check the exports. Half of the olives were done, all of the wine and oil. Surprisingly, all of the marble, but I guess we had marble backed up. We're not going to meet the full marble export quotas going forward. We do have access to oracles, right? That's kind of important because the gods are getting a bit cheesed off at me. On that note, then, I will limit my exports. I want to keep 6 marbles on hand. We'll slam down an oracle, probably here. Good for desirability, good for keeping people happy. But I need one more shipment of marble, please. Otherwise those gods are going spare. Cost of food distribution is going pretty bloody poorly, isn't it? Might need another marketplace.
I've been thrown out of my home.
Yes, you have, Nikki. Okay. This is agreeable enough, probably. Just check to make sure the farms are actually able to deliver in range. It seems like they are. New year, new quota. Please go and buy my stuff, and let's keep those gods happy with an oracle. Because, yeah, the gods are less than happy. Especially Neptune, but screw Neptune. Kevin the Caveman says, okay, Hobo Nikki is in. Good stream. Glad you agree. So the only kind of defense we get are the forts. We don't even have a military academy here. Very disheartening, but just one of the many things I have to deal with. Slammer barracks down here. Anywhere is fine, but that'll do. And I kind of have the money, and I would kind of like some javelins, so let's get it built. Be very, very, very careful with that money, though. Wages are overtaking taxes like mad. We are relying on our exports right now. Concerning. Fiscally hydrating myself won't come easy, it seems. I think I need to bring these guys up to small insulae pretty rapidly. But of course there are problems with that. The big problem, of course, being that I need to produce pottery somewhere. I could produce pottery down here. Who sells me the... You sell me the clay. I'm a little bit worried about the donkeys going back and forth a lot, but I could slam in clay here. So what we do is we say, you accept the clay. And then we put in 2 pottery workshops near it. I'm not going to import the clay yet. I don't have the spare funds for it. But yeah, we get the clay, we get the pottery. This place can even accept the pottery. And then I will tell this thing to get pottery. There are obvious issues here. I need a lot more service buildings for this little place to bring it up to small insulae. But actually, I've left myself a very convenient amphitheater area here. Which is the big concern, amphitheater plus actor colony and the other thing, gladiator school, but those can be shoved over here somewhere. Alright, I believe in me. Alright, being invaded from the south, now we will have no more immigrants coming in. Wait, does that prevent the donkeys? Oh, I hope to hell it doesn't prevent the donkeys. That would actually be a huge problem.
I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
I don't think it prevents the donkeys, but let's just pray that it doesn't. Britons. I'm probably going to need at least 2 forts worth of folk to deal with that. And pray all you want, Neptune won't answer. Not until he gets his oil. Okay, the donkeys are still spawning. I may be saved. Maybe I'm holding on to a little bit too much marble here. Let's export over 2. Good, good, good.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Alright, so the food seems stable. The exports are doing alright. As soon as I can, I'm going to build a second batch of units. Maybe even a third batch. And then we're going to destroy the Britons. But if this trade continues to collapse, our money will not hold. Am I concerned about that enough to actually import that clay? Yeah, let's grab some clay. It's probably going to go up in price anyway. Freaking toga boy. Right, he wants his marbles. Very well then. I guess his export's over 6 after all. Britons is a city in North Africa. What do they do? So oftentimes you can just ignore where the city is on this map. Because the map makers, they don't have a full control over which city trades in what. So if you have an idea in your head about what you want access to and what you don't want access to, just place your city based on what you can trade with, not what geographically makes sense. You have to suspend your disbelief on that one. Sadly, that's not something we have tools for in Julius. It is something that Augustus has tools for, though. So praise be Augustus. Augustus has a lot of tools for what you can do with the map making compared to Julius. Still not a fan, though. I'm impossible to please. Alright, here you go, Toga Boy. I will impress you by actually sending this stuff off rapido. Yeah, let's just have a second one. Let them fill up, otherwise I'll just forget about it. In Augustus, you can raise wages indefinitely. Indefinitely, eh? Up to 100, or does it go even beyond that? Beyond 100 sounds terrifying. So worth noting that we constantly lose money, and it's also worth noting that we have no more immigration until we defeat the Britons. Invasions block immigration. So, get the army erected. Good, we got the clay, we'll get the pottery. I won't evolve these people until we have a good amount of pottery in this warehouse, maybe 8 units. And then I will boost these people up. A little bit tense knowing that the Britons are staring at me like this. It's unpleasant. But it feels like this map definitely front loads its difficulty. And no money, instant invasions, instant reduction of value of exports. Okay. Seems like everybody's registered for the taxes. The variance in the amount that they're giving me can be explained by the difference of people living in them. Oh. Oh, dear. So, a nice thing about Julius is you can change how much people are willing to trade, and now Thamagadi are unwilling to buy any more wine. Well, that's no good. Well, it's no good for me. Probably some perverse people that think it's good.
I don't know why I bother with this route.
You're the one that cancelled my wine, don't you complain at me. No money, no value of exports, economic struggle, maybe the Britons are just hoping for tips on how to survive. Oh, must be very sad being British these days. I wouldn't know. Jag är svensk. Hoho. Nej men. Joho. I want to build a third unit. I'm not convinced that 2 javelins are going to manage this. Kind of slow. You are getting full employment, right? I'm just not convinced that my... Yeah, not convinced my money can hold. That said, a good chunk of that was tribute to Toga Boy. At least he's getting his tribute. That favor falls fast. Now, Blobber ran this map, and I was a little disappointed because at one point he just said, right, that's it. We've obviously won. And then he hadn't even gotten half of the population goal. A large part of the interesting thing about running these maps is building up the city in this city builder, so I was interested to see how he was going to build it. But obviously he'd had enough. Oh god, I'm having enough of this, right? At least it was only a single boost. Wait, a single? No, it was a double boost in wages. Caesar's definitely exploiting me here. Yeah, it feels like I'm just holding my breath here, but once we have 3 full forts, we blast out the Britons, and then we absolutely refine our everything. Bringing these guys up to small insulae is a huge part of that, though. You are set to getting pottery, right? You and I seem to have a different idea on what getting pottery means. You ever gonna get that pottery? It's sitting there. Just taking up space. How about this? I kind of dug myself a little bit of a grave here, but I will do this. There we go. Yes, of course. Reassign some people from the pumping of water. Well, it's not even water that they're pumping. To the noble task of making pottery. There we go. Now you're bringing pottery over. Duppity-dum, duppity-duppity-duppity-dum. I told him to empty the warehouse, but he's not emptying the warehouse. Oh well. Does an ongoing invasion block further invasions? Absolutely not. We will have more invasions. Invasions for the invasion's god. I'm having a bit of a problem because I'm producing too many olives, so let's cockcanny and a bit of that. Otherwise, I won't have space for all of the pottery, which is coming out of here. Excellent, excellent. That's good then. Good, good. And I have a bit more money, so let's make another fort. And with these 3, I'm pretty confident we can... What? No! I made a terrible mistake. That let the dogs out. Well, at least I have a little bit of an army to kill them with. Yeah, they're gonna start eating my people. No! Well, as long as they don't eat the pottery guy. No, they ate the pottery guy. Okay, that's funny. Kill the wolves. They threaten the economy of Rome. The enemies of Rome grow bolder every day. Yeah, they just ate loads of pottery. That was a significant financial damage. Alright, there we go. Maybe I could even kill the wolves over here. Wow, he is taking the piss, so he is. Right, he wants all my marble. Like, a lot more marble. There we go, then. I know there are wolves in there. I can see them. There we go. Alright, well that's one batch of enemies of Rome dealt with. The wolves and Zeus destroy the walls? Oh, you must be joking. That sounds horrific. Oh boy, okay, trade is absolutely collapsing. I wonder, am I even selling all of these olives? Not really. Why are you not buying my olives?
I don't know why I'm a good day to you. Can I interest you in some...
You're focusing on higher value goods first, which I suppose is good, but...
I don't know why I bother with this route.
Ah, that's the problem. Like, you come to sell me the clay, then you go back for the olives. They're going back and forth and back and forth. And they don't have the time to do all of that, so they're not buying all of my olives. Okay, with that in mind, I'm just going to cancel the olive production entirely. Otherwise, I want space for all of the pottery. And I do need space for that pottery so that I can boost these guys up to small insulae. Puts me in a good space to reformat this. Okay. Okay, I can handle this. I can tell myself I can handle this. All things considered, I want you to be the clay home, and I no longer want you to be the clay home. And these forts are filling up nicely. I want to shift more pottery over here, but damn all this, all these olives getting in my way because they're not being sold properly.
I don't know what a good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Well, if you're willing to give them to me, maybe. Evening, what sort of map is this? A very front-loaded in difficulty map. Kind of sitting on the edge here. Oh, I let unemployment get a little bit too high. I'm going to drop taxes until people are very, very happy with me. Significant tax drop. And we can keep Caesar happy at the very least. Hold on. Caesar's not going to be very happy if I keep blowing all my money on clay imports. Okay, that's quite enough of that. No more clay. Stop buying my clay and start buying my olives, because they're getting in my way. I have no personal salary to send Caesar any gifts, so even though he's angry, there's not much I can do about that. All I can do is fulfill his many, many requests for my goods. Okay, Aftish's finest and the Pepper Quakers are full. We just wait for the pandas to reach full cohesion, and then we killed the wolves already, but we're going to go and kill the invaders. And we won't be able to cheese them like this anymore, because I'm going to have to open a path towards them. I think the path I'll open is this one here, because that way it just goes right into my troops. If I open this path, then it doesn't really make a difference, so the troops can go that way. Ugh, I'll open whatever's convenient. Okay, good. The cart's coming back with more pottery, which I do need. And in fact, in preparation for that, maybe I should boost these people's standard of living. No, I'll do that during the great reformatting of this area. Which I guess will be about maximizing food production here. Finding somewhere to put a gladiator school and... Hold on, can I have farms up here? Ooh. And look at that, there's a little very convenient labor access point here. Although maybe not convenient enough. If I'd pushed these buildings back one more tile, I could have had labor access across the cliff here. Well, good labor access. This isn't good enough. Interesting. The gods are wrathful. I know the gods are wrathful. We don't care about Neptune. I might build a Neptune temple just to stop him from complaining. But I don't really have the money. That's 10% of my current dosh right now to do that. Which I'm not keen on sending over to him. Not by a long shot. Okay, I can postpone this no more. I need money. I need an amphitheater. They need a theater. They need a library. Library is an attractive building, so I want to put it over there to work on the attractiveness here. They're going to need a bathhouse as well, but I'll give that to them after they stock pottery. Okay, I really need to kill these people so that workers can come in. Oh, and these people. Maybe this guy as well. I don't know, Caesar, maybe you stop asking for freaking everything all the time. Alright, bring on the Bretons. I do not fear them, they fear me. How fast can they move anyway? I think the chariots can move very rapidly. Look at them go! I'd like the rest of my pandas to be prepared though. And sadly, the wolves will not fight my other enemies. Oh, we've got Casear. Casear's a good start. GW Senpai Ayu says, hello, Governor. Well, I certainly am the Governor. Welcome. This Governor's in a bit of hot water here. Let's rearrange how we're standing here. I want my final horse, please. Before the Britons arrive. Final horse, please. Just needs to come out of the barracks. Final horse. Any moment now. Any moment now. There we go. There we go. Horses marginally to the front, please. That's not marginally to the front. Yeah, whatever. They're only Britons. There we go. It's actually a formation that I saw someone else run with. And I was quite impressed with it. So you stack your javelins and your horses kind of on top of each other. And it relies on this little thing in Caesar 3 where up to 4 units can engage with another unit at once. So if they stack on top of each other like this, it can really stack advantage. Especially when the javelins aggro units into them. They come in, and then suddenly each unit has to deal with 3 at a time. On the other hand, I have to deal with a lot of invaders at the time here, so let's hope my severe lack of academy training doesn't kill me. My units must be so close to breaking, considering they're not trained. Shaken below average. Okay, the horses are feeling surprisingly good about themselves. Okay, phew, that was closer than I wanted it to be. A lot closer. Yeah, there's not much left of the finest. Wow, that was close. Alright, back we go. I know it didn't look close, right? We massacred them, but trust me, it was close. Now they sawed off, I can get immigration back, which is good, because my lack of employment is painful. My lack of money is similarly painful. Knowing that trade is drying up, also a remarkable source of pain. But the pottery is available now, so I can actually bring in the bathhouse. Actually, the water's kind of turning itself off now and then. Because of lack of workers. Go away, Britons. Nobody wants you. All gone? Ah, now my immigrants can go back in.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
And I can get my taxes back to a very responsible 25% because the people love me. If you chase them down and kill them, do they recover slower and for the next attack? No, the attacks are completely scripted. And in fact, there's another one coming in within a couple of years. But that's XCOM, baby. Caesar wants oil. Funnily enough, I have quite a lot of oil, so Caesar can take it. Just going to free up space in my warehouse, frankly. Desirability is going to be tough here, but not as tough as my fiscal situation.
We will feel the wrath of the gods unless we build more temples soon.
This is a heathen place. The governor has no respect for the gods.
Well, they're not wrong, but I have to phrase it like that. Okay, and normally I don't like spending on gardens when I'm more or less bankrupt. But it's very important to me that these people become... yeah, small insulae. Some places easier to hit with desirability than others. Some places a lot easier to hit with desirability than others. Much marble do I have? I got enough. Okay. Caesar won't be happy, but when is he ever? There you go. This is actually a good oracle spot. Alright, looking good. Looking very good. Right, when was the last time I went into debt? June. So I have until June to get out of debt, otherwise Caesar is going to let me have it. But we have the pottery, we have the small insulae, I have 23% unemployment. I can't really spend money on soaking up unemployment until I'm out of debt, so people just have to deal with being very unhappy with me for a short while. 100 denarii for a small festival? Can't afford it. I must get out of debt. Fortunately, having these insulae are really, really good for taxes. Oh, you have no idea. 19 denarii, but at the turn of the month. That's probably going to be about another 20 or so denarii. Yeah, everyone's paying their taxes, even this guy, which is very surprising. I would like these places to evolve, but I would like many things right now. Yeah, there we go. 38 denarii. Good, 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 good. Just get me out of here and we're okay. The exports are collapsing rapidly. The price of pottery imports went up, the price of oil and wine went down, and the wine exports completely stopped. So my exports are very, very low now. We did, however, claw our way out of debt. Here's another oracle to boost everybody up to small insulae. Except these guys, but I don't really care about these guys. I might care about having another tax collector just to be absolutely sure that everybody's paying their taxes. It is vitally important. And I also need to chew up a lot of unemployment. I mean a lot of it. To the point where I'm okay going into debt, but I'll wait until the turn of the month, because sometimes Caesar doesn't recognize that you went out of debt unless you are in the black at the turn of the month, which I just was there, so... How many workers do I need to chew up? 216. And there's going to be more than that because of... because of immigration right now. Well, each of these eat up 4. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Why did I make it 11? Well, whatever. Every row of these is 44 people that I chew into the unemployment grindstone. It looks better when they actually have water flowing through them. So a nice thing about doing this is it instantly drinks up the unemployment. You have to wait for them to get labour access like you do with libraries. Our units are being replenished and getting their guts back. We get another load of javelins. I mean, I'm in debt, but whatever. Well, maybe that was a bad idea. Nah, screw it. Those Bretons grow ever bolder. Going into debt for the water parks? Yep. Now, we're so pleased with the expensive pottery that we're selling you that we'll give you even more. Well, thankfully, we just taken clay. Am I still importing that clay? I turned it off for a little bit. But now I need clay to actively flow or else I won't be able to maintain my insulae. I need to reconfigure this area, but I don't have the money. I'm so close to cheesing off this native. And if I do, he's going to tear down everything. But yeah, the big priority here is to reconfigure this area and then expand my housing to have lots of small insulae, because small insulae is actually profitable. On a real shoestring, you can make hovels profitable. Oh, he wants my wine, does he? Alright, that's not a big deal. I can just accept wine for a little bit and then send it over to you.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
If you had any. He wanted 15 wine. Alright, we'll have more of that very soon. I just love actually turning a profit month on month. Negative 770 becomes negative 640. That's not making money fast enough. I hopefully still export something. Okay, that marble needs to go. Please buy that marble on the double. Also don't like seeing small Casear there. What was your problem? No food. Gosh, I probably need another marketplace. Do I have space for another marketplace? Ugh, always. But it's probably also the fact that they're trying to stock a lot of food that they don't have. But I really want to reconfigure this. Ah, screw it, I don't have time. Get the food going now. Get the unemployment going now. Get Caesar his goods now. I seriously need to dig myself out of debt immediately. Please buy my marble.
I don't know why. I don't know why I bother with this. A good day.
There they go. Those guys are going to go and buy my marbles and get me out of debt. What a freaking map. The market just caused you to devolve as well. Please get me out of debt, sir. I'm very, very broke. Hope my people aren't too unhappy right now. They're pleased with me.
A good day to you.
Get those marbles. Oh, thank God. Right, back in black where I belong. Now, how do I immediately spend this money and get myself into hot water? Yeah, having you be small insular is a good idea. I really need to reformat this area because I don't actually think I produce enough food for all these people. When they were hovels, sure, but now they're not hovels. They have a lot more people inside them. So this area needs to be rebuilt. Of course, that comes at grievous cost. Marble hasn't collapsed in value, to my surprise. Yes, I received 140 denarii per unit of marble that I sell. Only 75 for the oil. That's really bad. And there aren't many other exports that I can do. If I opened up a sea trade route, I could sell 25 units of fruit. But then I would need to do it by sea, so I'd need to have infrastructure down here, which I'm not currently doing. I'm gonna clear out the rest of these wolves, just so I'm safe to build around here. Is this... Oh, the wolves here are actually stuck. Yeah, they're stuck within their little foresty confines. Alright, well, I can just make a little incision here. Oh, no, they're coming. They're coming for me. Death to the wolves. Alright, there we go. Now we're relatively safe to expand wherever we see fit. Barring some other... Oh, right, there are wolves over here. This could be exploited for more marble and more food. But I think the real exploitation I do right now is the food exploitation. Which means I need to tear this down and rebuild it right now, which is always a little bit of a scuttery thing to do. But if I have to spend a lot of money, I want to do it at the end of the year for tax reasons, so that Toga Boy doesn't come down on me like a ton of bricks. Alright, so what we're doing now is we're deciding how exactly we build this. We must build around this native, though. So I reckon I want a good stretch of farms over here. And just a hop up of farms around here. I guess I'm going to want a granary, but where do I want the granary? Do I want it here or here? Depends on the distance these people need to travel, which is 28 or so. Alright, then probably on this side. So the granary is going to go here-ish. Yeah, just shove it in there. So if you were there, You need to jut out a bit. 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That fits. Amazing. Even more amazingly, it doesn't cheese off the native too much. I do want a gap through there, though. Well, I need a gap through there. We can get around you, that's good, but maybe I could... No. That's fine. This is where a planning tool would be so very handy in Casear. But we don't have it. Getting labor access over here is going to be another entire question in itself. A question that I have to answer kind of now. This would be the most logical place for it, but it's right on top of the natives, so it doesn't work. In that case, I would like some labor access here and here. That way, if they walk this way, they get it. If they walk this way, they get it. If they walk this way, they get it. And fortunately for me, to a degree, you are a point. What about you? If you merge, that would probably be even more convenient. I'm going to try for a merger there. I can't tell because it's on farm ground and I'm not very good at telling when farm ground is a merger point. Yeah, labor access is going to be hell to bring them up to any real standard of living, but I'll do my best. Or I must. Okay, Rome supposedly thanks me. I can see through their lies, though. Why do the legions say na levo and na pravo? Oh, they say so much more. But it's not Czech. Oh my god, I ran out of clay. Don't want to be in debt at the turn of the year, but Caesar's gonna have my guts for garters if he doesn't get his tribute. Our resident Russian, Dr. Afdish, did the voices for the legions here. Oh, you conniving bastard, you're not merging. Okay, well, we'll go for what we know does merge then. But it's very, very inconvenient. Exceptionally inconvenient. Oh well. Get that food flowing. My people are going to starve if these farms don't operate. Yeah, I've left myself with approximately no room to bring these people. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I didn't notice that, but that is a 2x2 there. All right, that will kind of work to bring them out of hovel tent stance. I'll need water for them though, which will add to the long list of inconvenient things here. Mostly because I have no money. But hey, turn of the year and I'm in the black, so let's count our blessings.
That fat lady up front told me to carry this and follow her.
Rome pays even more wages, and this time it's a double boost. Comes in sigil, double, triple, and quadruple. You don't need to guess which ones I hate the most. Where's all my employment?
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
I'm glad it's going well for somebody. I need that clay on the double, or else these people are going to die to lack of pottery, which is a very real Roman way of dying. This game has taught me. People are pleased with me. Let's make sure they're very pleased. Let's have a little festival for Venus. Oh. Caesar does not approve of my festival on Rome's budget. Please, Toga boy, I'm doing my best. It is so rough, this early economy. As soon as I have my second batch of small insulae, the economy will improve dramatically, because taxation is just so much better than exports in most cases. I did do a map once where I wasn't allowed to tax. It was a beautiful map by Illustra John, as they all are. Oh, hang on. I can't quite water you from here. There's no space that I can reach with my water. Well, that's not true. That's not true at all. Because I can do this. And then with a reservoir here, I can barely water these fools. I'm not too keen about dragging an aqueduct along here because I want this area for building on. The alternative, though, is to use up this. No. We have another alternative, which is to use this. It just slightly does not annoy the natives. I can bring the aqueduct down here and then along here. And that doesn't really get in the way of anything important. Since the traders like going here, let's just maintain a little path for them as well. But I don't want to have any tents if I can avoid it because they cause discontent. There you go. Don't like that one. Like it here more. This could be potentially a 2x2. Actually, it could be an oracle. How cheesed off are the gods? Yeah, they're fine. Some of them are fine. Alright, maybe I can just finally say, okay, Neptune, I don't hate you that much. That should get these guys access to religion. You already had religion access? Who the hell was coming up here? Ah, that Ceres one I put down was helping out. Interesting. That means I can still continue to screw Neptune. Alright, screw Neptune, embrace taxes. Well, all's well that ends in my coffers.
Oh, these baskets are so heavy, I'm taking fresh supplies back to my market.
Might seem like a lot of food production buildings, but fruit is so bad. Oh, not this again. Oh, wait, no, I see why this is happening. I destroyed my gladiator colony and the other thing, and I need them back badly. Oh, snap. And I can't build here because of the native risk. Do I forgo any of my food production buildings for this? Don't have to. Well, not for you, at least. Oh, bollocks. Oh, bollocks. Oh, well, that one's not bad, but the other ones are bollocks. Okay, I need an actor colony somewhere. It does not matter where. Kind of. Kind of doesn't matter. It does need to fit, though. I guess I could put it here. That's not really a problem. I think that's okay. Yeah, it might be okay. Anyway, otherwise these places are about to devolve because there's no more gladiators or actors in the amphitheater. Right, so where are we being attacked? Damn Britons, they even blend in with the backgrounds. Well, they have no choice but to come through here, so I can wait a little bit. I just need to not wait too long or else they'll kill me. which would be bad. Well, the active colony appears to be working, which is a good sign. And they're going to be forced to come around this side, so let's just go and engage them. I make this point often, and I'll make it again. Caesar 3 is not an RTS, it's not a military game. The invasions should really serve as a point to economically push your governor to build up, say, what weapons industry or make enough money to actually have barracks and whatnot. You can have some interesting military maps where it is difficult to fight back, but by and large, this game is at its best when your challenge is bringing high standards of living to your Romans. Chariots can be difficult to deal with, but British chariots? Pfft. Made in Essex is not a sign of quality. We can throw pointy sticks at them for days, and they die. I mean, I say that, I am probably eventually going to need legionnaires. Whew. Yeah, non-academy trained units are so bad. Growing concern about my units getting ravaged. But I don't have the money for more forts. How could this happen? To me, of all people. I will build another one when I have the money for it, but money is a significant concern right now. Go on, get out of here, Britons. What about the financial strain of rebuilding your leveled city? That destroyed me in one of my runs. I did stop accepting wine, right? Of course I did. August, 1,200 denarii. Yeah, I will expand this. I don't want Caesar to take my money from me. He'll take the tribute from anything you have left over. He's a greedy, greedy guy like that. Oh, wow. I didn't expect trade to expand. I can actually make even more money off of marble, and I could certainly do that over here. You pose quite the conundrum, Caesar. Need to make sure there's a valid path that leads here, which there is. Yeah, I think I need to exploit this now for vast amounts of marbles. But that means that those dogs need to die. Every dog's about to have its day. Oh, I unwittingly opened it up for the wolves. So the wolves are on their way to eat my people again. Oh well. It's just what they love doing. It's in their nature. Oh, the gladiator's fighting back, though. Well, he tried. He tried pretty damn well at that. Any more? Sometimes hard to tell if they respawn. That one gladiator, I don't know if he lived or died, but he really helped me out there. Ooh, this engineer's doing a really bad job. Let's tell him to do a better job. Yeah, it looks like we cleared this. Back to the fort. Back to the well. Right, so how much did that trade go up by? 1 point, right? So 25. Currently, a mine does 0.4 per month, so that's 4.8 per year. So 2 of them is basically 9. Can't squeeze in any more around here, can I? Oh, I could squeeze in one more over... Well, I could squeeze in more than one more over here. In fact, I could migrate all of my marble mining works to this area. Dang, there's a lot of marbles to be mined out. Got to, of course, be very careful not to cheese off the natives too much, and I also have to be very careful of my complete lack of denarii. This pushes me into debt. Can I even survive being in debt right now? I don't think I have much to export. I got these marbles, I suppose, to export. Every marble I have has to go. No point even saying that I export wine. Wine trade is off. In fact, the wine kind of blocks some oil stuff here, but whatever. I'm sure Caesar will demand it in due time. Okay. Thing is, I can also grab some fruits here, but the fruits won't really feed anybody of value from this location. There is also the idea that I could use this for producing some... hold that thought. Ah, cack. I opened this up so invasions can immediately strike through here. That means these guys need to be able to get up and around here instantly, so I'll open that up for them. I wonder if the oil will continue to export or not. It can be problematic when your traders go back and forth across the map, and this is one big fourth for them to do, which I'd really rather they didn't. It's concerning. Alright, let's try and do the bare minimum here then. I'm gonna need these guys getting together. One, two, three, 1, 2. It's not very good. How about 1, 2, 3? I don't know. I need to see how the farms go. I'm not even sure I'm going to be using this place for farming, but I want to leave myself the freedom to do so without scunnering myself for the future. I struggle to see how I'd be using this for farming. Very, very simple labor access. I suppose I could use it to feed people over here. I have a very small community. Naturally, nothing here wants to merge. How about you there? Get you in. Blessed little engineer at the end point here. Leaves me plenty of service building areas there. And of course this needs to be shoved into a warehouse at some point. Closer towards the end here, the better. I guess that'll do. Alright, welcome back to Debtsville. The mechanic of drawing all labor from one set of houses is so cheeky. I actually think it's a fun part of the challenge. Obviously, you can just slam down tents everywhere like I do here, and it's no big deal. But when I get to the point of refining my cities, I make sure that everywhere is to a minimum standard of housing. And that is where the real fun of the challenge comes from. You know, later on, it's not going to be a couple of tents here. There's going to be actual people living here. But how do I feed them? How do I bring up their standard of living? That's the real juicy challenge of the game for me. I'm starting to think I should actually have 2 more here and then maybe just kibosh the marble industry over here, period. But that's not something that I need to do currently, and I still need to squeeze every penny. The horrible desirability of the fort does not actually impact this tent at all, because it stops on half of the tent, and a house always considers its most valuable tile. So, you know, this housing here considers this little incredibly desirable tile for its desirability calculations, not its less desirable tile over here. Beautiful merger. Alright, these buggers can all get to work and get me some more marbles. New years, new problems. We're still importing that clay. You are still accepting that clay. Although you keep doing a better job of it. Kind of surprising myself with the amount of unemployment I have, which is to say no unemployment. That's good for city mood, but it's not great for expanding. I'm quite soon going to run into an issue with food again. How many farms do I even have? I have 21 fruit farms, so 21 times 160. That's food for 3,000 people, 3,360. How many small insulae is that? 76. 44 of them. Well, there are 23 here. I'll count these ones as well. 23, 24, 25, 26. 26 only leaves room for another 18 of them over here, which isn't good enough. So with a heavy heart, I'm going to need to produce more food, but producing food and centralizing it here is going to be tough. As I've mentioned several times, food does not travel well in Caesar 3. So maybe instead of expanding over here, I actually need to consider expanding down here and then not connecting this up. The food is all over the place. It's not very centralized on this map, which is causing me a headache. Maybe I should go a little bit more extreme and just start a new colony over here. There's quite a lot of arable land around this lake. Defense is very close by, so I'll be able to react to any Bretons over here. I was kind of hoping to have most of my settlement northward, but that's proving more difficult than I thought. No, I really didn't think it would be easy. That said, you know, I can still put in another, what was it, 18 or so houses here, and maybe I should strongly consider it. If I've already got the food production here, I should absolutely... Wait a second, I can have more food production over here. What's the implication of that? They're never going to reach there. But they could reach into a granary here, which also gets... Yeah, okay, I'm sold on that. But I need more money. I definitely need more money for a housing expansion project. The challenge is so fun, my points are going to be donated to the win lobby, says Vidox. You should always be happy to give to the poor. Some people weren't. Okay, I don't have my go-to list of the people that stole from charity, but there's some nasty thieves around here. Maybe I'm a little tired of Neptune telling me how cheesed off he is. But there's no I'll put Neptune on the newest expansion of housing. I'm not unhappy with having hovels here. Hovels are no big deal. Oh, actually, what I can do is I can finally feed these tent people. Because I can farm fruits for them over here now. Those fruits can go into a wee granary. Its location is important yet irrelevant. So I think I'll shove it over here. Sure. Not a warehouse, a granary. And once you've filled up with fruits, this farm, this marketplace rather, will distribute the food to these poor, starving people. Market is not a desirable neighbor, I get that. But you know what is desirable? Being next to good old Neptune. I'll give them a nearby oracle, just to keep things relatively desirable as well. Despite the game telling you that oracles need road access, they really don't. They just need to be within 2 tiles of a road so that engineers will fix them. And they will fix them. Alright, good. We have a plan in our head. Yeah, Romans can't eat apples without water, so it's not a problem. I'll let it fill up with food first. And thanks to Blobber's cheating ways, I can pretty instantly put down a water source right here for them. Oh, and it reaches as well. Look at that. Look at that. Waters them both in one go. Thank you, Blobber. Pretty soon these will no longer be large tents. They'll be... well... hovels at this rate. Well, actually worse than hovels because the desirability is going to be rubbish here, right? I've seen things that are more rubbish. They'll be fine. Anyway, the money is pouring in, which is delightful. Delightful enough for another fortification. I'm really at the point where I could disable this. Disable this. It would allow me to cram in one more fort here, which would be convenient in a few ways, but might also be an inconvenience in other ways. Starting to think I don't even need this seaborne trade. Depends how angry the Bretons are going to be. Maybe I don't need to legionnaire them away if I can just throw pointy sticks at them all day. It's possible. I don't know how bad the attacks are going to get. I could do rolling defense as well when things get really bad, which is all the more reason to have more pointy sticks. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, well, as long as the natives aren't too unhappy about it, I'm just going to shove my final fort for javelins over here. We're still a bit battered and bruised from the last engagement, but it should be fine. Was it a DDR, Jake? For what, all the cheating? Ah, there's Blobber. My means are as legitimate as modifying the game to be easier by adding a pink pixel. He knows that that is a completely false equivalence. Game runs the same with or without my pink pixel. The game works very differently if you can or cannot mine out the entry points. Anyway, just to show how little I care about that, let's move this entry point. There we go. Now I can be an Australian streamer as well. G'day, everyone. Alright, good times. The little trick there is that if you have the water map mode open and the entry point is within the water area, for some reason it'll migrate. Telestic animate has become animated. You could just hold down right click. What's he talking about? Modifying the game to permit pausing. Oh yeah, that's right. So the game actually has this setting in Julius allowing you to build when paused. In the vanilla game, you cannot build while paused, which caused me for a long time to have this reaction of just instantly tapping pause and unpause for building things. I'm much happier for building while paused. I don't know why games of oldie stop that. Tycoon... Uh-oh. Oh, I just realized a problem. So part of my defense plan is that my units can very quickly cross this ravine to defend the south. Completely forgot that there's an earthquake here. We just killed a native as well. Might kill my fort as well, which would be bad because those things are expensive. Gosh, it took a long time to hit 2k citizens. Hey, Hobbles. Hopefully you'll eventually get fed. Okay, well it didn't destroy you, but it does mean if I need to go and send troops over here, they have to go a long way around. Guess that's not a huge deal. The Bretons are kind of slow and my units are kind of fast, but when I'm filthy rich, I'll need to consider moving my army over there. I lost my train of thought, though. What was my immediate plan for my colony? I could once again feed these people. They're not really doing any harm as little tents over there for now, but I need to expand over here. I think that's my next major thing. I'll just clear up a lot of space. It doesn't matter that I delete trees. There's no lumber working in this game. So yeah, I can squeeze out, I say, 4 farms over here. They'll deliver to a granary as far away as they can. This granary will also be getting from here. I don't think granaries get from getting granaries, but that's a mouthful. But I think that'll be fine. So what I will likely have is maybe another granary over here. How about another granary over here, and I migrate the actor colony? I quite like that. Needs to be migrated pretty quickly because the plays will run out. But yeah, I quite like a second granary over here. Another granary here, and since I know that I can't have many of them anyway, just have a line. I like to build loops, but this time I'll just build a line. A line like that seems fine-ish. Alright, I have a bit of money. Let's just get building, shall we? Seems to be as many as I can squeeze in. It's not a lot, but hold on. Could I have pushed them out by one? Oh, that would have been better. Oh well. Nah, too much better to ignore. So then I can do that. Done. That does leave me with this area, but can I even use it? There's no food, is there? Not a drop of food to eat. So sadly, I can't even use this area for building. That's not impossible. It's not impossible to have this food come down here to feed some patricians over here, but I'm hesitating on that idea. Wait a second, what if this all got stripped down and turned into patrician land later on? Because I could put in 4 farms here. Oh, I like that. Okay, this is where the patricians go then. In due time, I'm going to tear pretty much all of this down. In the far-flung space future where I'm drowning in money. Gotta remember, I'm on a time limit as well, so I might not have the freedom to do that. But I do want my patricians over here, especially given that it's safe. Alright, I can live with that. That means the actor colony needs to be going somewhere over here. As it gets migrated from hither. This might screw up some pathing. Hopefully it doesn't. Dum 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 dum. Yeah, sure. You just accept the food goes in here and then it gets got from one of these places. I assume, because it might not. They might be so focused on getting this food. But the idea is that eventually this food will dry up, and then they'll go for this, allowing this to refuel, and then da-da-da-da-da, it should be fine. I'm telling myself it should be fine. And if you can't believe me when it comes to Caesar 3, who can you believe? Probably one of the better players like Troglu or Whisperwind or Bruegel. They're pretty damn good players. You can believe them? Alright, let's get rid of some of this. It's got to go eventually. You know, people that can actually dedicate a little bit of memory towards where the pink pixels are without needing the help of the pink pixel. Right, never mind that. I need to actually put in some houses. How many more were we saying? I think we said 18. If they're all in the inside area here, then they become considerably easier to water. And we can have this outer space for pretty much whatever. Alright, 18 of them, huh? 18, does that sound right? According to my notes here, I had 23, and I can feed 44. 23, 24, 5, 6... 26 and 18 is 44. Alright, so 18 houses. Alright, well, let's get counting. This is a bit awkward with my microphone in the way. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe keep it as a 3x3 for something, but I don't know what. Hospital, maybe? Nah, there's no need to worry about hospitals in this kind of run. I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not very good. It's only half of what I needed. This place blows. Maybe I do want to loop. Well, let's loop or bring the water over. Bringing the water over is not a big deal, honestly. Alright, let's bring the water over. Not you. 12, 13, 14, 15. 16, 17, 18. I might have gotten those ones wrong because these things kind of get in the way of the water. Oh well, we'll soon find out. Workforce is going to become a real problem real soon. As in, employment or unemployment. Any good ways to sponge them up? Kind of. There you go. Goodbye, money.
This place really needs many more workers.
Well, I'm working on it. The people are pleased with me. Okay, very good. Long may they remain pleased. Okay, I'm not pleased with that. Thamagari no longer want my oil, period. What a concern for me. In that case, let me temporarily disable oil, and while we're at it, disable wine and the vine, just to bang up the unemployment numbers a bit. This is going to crush my prosperity rating. Why did I have to build towards the end of the year? It was for tax reasons, obviously, but each of these low-quality housings, especially the non-merged stuff. Oh, yeah, Christ, I need to drop my taxes. Oh, Caesar won't like that. I'm putting myself in a very vulnerable situation here. At least I got all that marble to export. Sure, these do merge. If they don't, I'm in a bit of hot water. Oh wait, what am I doing? I need the opposite of that. I need to create labor sponges, not remove them. I guess I could just preemptively put down some of these. Like the library. Like the forum. Dun dun dun. Yeah, prosperity went crashing down from 40 to 25. And Caesar's not happy with that. Caesar being unhappy. Perish the thought. Okay, I messed up. This was not a merger. I think this is a merger, though. How about this? Could well be. What other mergers have I messed up? These guys are unhappy now. Well, it's not a huge deal, probably. And these people will be happy enough. The market can go to there. I'll probably need double market. Or multi-market, or whatever. Marketplaces are needed. So I don't like not looping. Maybe I really should have looped this. Then it becomes a little more difficult for the entertainment walkers, though. I'll try and make the line work instead of loop. Alright, good. You decided to merge. So we got the mergers. They need everything now, of course. I said they can have Neptune. Is that true? No, give Neptune over there. In that case, you can take one of these gods. How about Venus? And how about water? Certainly spending a lot of money that I don't have on this. Especially considering I cut taxes, which starting to have second thoughts about. People never really want cut taxes. Right, they will have access to pottery over here, but I fear the pottery might get a bit strained. Nah, believe it'll be fine. So they have food, they have pottery, they have religion, they have entertainment. And this will cover all their entertainment, because you're getting to the theatre and the amphitheatre, probably. In that case, all they really need is a bathhouse, and I'll wait for Casear for that. They will, of course, need desirability as well. That won't come cheap. Never does. I'll just tell Toga Boy it's all for a good cause. And I'm serious about them paying their taxes. Speaking of taxes, I'm going to have to raise that tax rate real fast, you know. People are extremely pleased with me. As soon as these aren't tents, we're going to blow up that tax rate. Actually, I might need to blow it up in about now because I'm running out of money. And I have too many people not working, so we're going to have them do make work in my industries that can't really do anything because there's no one to export them to. More people to impress. Oh boy, Caesar's actually going to blow a gasket. I don't think I'm going to get myself out of debt by the turn of this year. The exports of marble, I need it all gone. Yeah, I'm already exporting over 0. Okay, so problems are arising rapidly. A distant Roman city is threatened. Okay, Caesar's really going to be unhappy. And I completely forgot that he asked for vines. Okay, that needs to be sorted immediately. How many vines does he want? 22, okay. This place now accepts vines. Hopefully that's not too far for them to go. Might be, though. I think I've just gone and scuppered myself. A large force, so I've been spoiled on this one. This is actually an impossible to defeat force. It's 200 strong, and even if you sent all 6 fully formed legionnaires, you wouldn't be able to defeat it. I have no idea why the mapmaker did that. It's just a gotcha moment. Having a hard time pulling myself out of debt. And remember, if Caesar invades, he invades me from here. And I'd need to pre-stack my army there. Just kite like I'm... You don't kite that stuff, it's off-map battling. So I appreciate your gusto, but it doesn't work. Alright, bathhouse lady. Time to... What the heck? Oh, guess who forgot to put an engineer's post here? It was me, Dio. Well, that's money I didn't have. Well, you're about to explode, so let's just get rid of you. I desperately need to get out of debt by the turn of the year. Absolutely desperately. Unemployment is growing. People are getting less happy with me, but I still need to... I can't really afford to build things to employ more people. You have pottery. You have pottery. If the bathhouse lady could just go and give them access to baths. Is it actually that's the problem, or is it entertainment? Okay, it's actually desirability. Ugh, can't really afford a statue for you. A statue would solve all of my problems, though. There you go. Maybe not there, though. Maybe here. Wow, I can't believe you still don't think life is desirable enough. There we go. Now get taxed. Whew. Right, if I can just stay black at the turn of the year, then we might be able to crawl our way out of this. Yeah, we won't be winning the fight, we'll just be participating, but the problem is Caesar's about to be very unhappy because I forgot his vines. And now he wants furniture. How do I get him furniture? I'd need to import lumber. At least that comes by land. I can't afford that, Caesar. Maybe I could set up a tiny little lumber area here. But it needs to wait for the turn of the year when I actually have some money. Oh, golly gosh, that unemployment is making people very unhappy with me. But we're in the black. Won't you sell for flat packs? Oh, I wish. How much money are we generally making month on month? 332 goes up to 95% register for tax seems about right. Because it won't be you and it won't be you. That's funny. Why am I not taxing these guys? I'm making like 200 a month. Okay. Right, well, better get started on that. Which somewhat regrettably will involve a warehouse. Oh my god, these people are going to take the furniture if I put it here. And then they're going to evolve. That's unacceptable. That means it needs to be done somewhere that nobody's going to get it. Which is down here, and I don't really have space for that. But whether or not I have space for it, it has to be done. Why does reality have to suck? Just exploring my options here, don't mind me. They come down here to deliver me my pottery anyway. They don't really buy anything that I have. So if they're coming down here, this is the most sensible place to do it. Painful, I know. Alright, in that case, I'm going to put you here. Furniture 1 and 2. Shouldn't be too undesirable for these people. Should I put a third one here? Am I going to need a third one? How long do I have? I have 20 months to do 15. Do a third one. Start importing that timber. That's going to hurt me into next year. But I can't afford to have Caesar invading me. Ooh, don't do that. Don't do that. What do you mean entertainment's not enough? Oh, I tell you what it was. We had an actor colony here. It went kablooey. Like Hamster Huey. Okay, that's going to impact my taxation at the turn of the month. But as soon as we're in January, I need to do a massive labor employment sponge. More of my waterworks, no doubt. Because my people are going spare. Alright, great. Caesar's going to be unhappy. That's too bad. How far does this extend at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'd like to do it there, but I should reasonably put it somewhere that I don't have to care about deleting things for, or care about incursions, so this makes the most sense. Alright, how many people are we looking to employ? Roughly 200. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 times 5 is 25 times 4, which is like 200. Is what I wish was true. I mean, yeah, Caesar here is a little bit fair to be unhappy that I'm spending all of his money on a water park. But he's the one making these outrageous demands of me every freaking time as well. Alright, there we go. And I actually kind of want to get rid of some of these because they're getting in the way of desirability boosters. There she goes. Oops, I need to get that wine off. I bet they're delivering some of the wine to the wineries here. Because this place still stock. Oh god, you stock everything. That's not right. You stock just timber. Oops. Well, that's quite bad. It's really bad. Do I just delete you? I guess so. What you have is useless anyway. Yeah. Rookie mistake, not setting your warehouse. Timber and furniture, and you accept that. I should make sure that nowhere else is accidentally accepting timber, because that would scupper my import order. Oh, Caesar's not going to be happy about that one, but just add it to the list of his unhappy things. Egads, you guys lost your water access from that, didn't you? There we go, bring it all back. Well, I think if there was a mass builder for water fountains, it would encourage this kind of behavior. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm still feeling the impact of forgetting that engineer's post. These people are devolving because of the lack of amphitheater enjoyment, and that really cripples my tax. The difference between a large Casa's tax and a small Insula's tax is huge. I'm pretty sure it doubles, well, more than doubles, because it's a new tax bracket and it's more people. There we go. Don't settle for less than that. Have all these people coming in. These people need jobs. Their job is to pump water pointlessly and forever.
I've heard there are jobs here. I want to be a lion tamer.
Get in the pump. Alright, in comes the wood. The wood gets turned into lumber. Not lumber. In comes the lumber. We turn it into IKEA. No! We missed it. Just as soon as we had it, we missed it. Alright, there we go. So he's not happy that I missed his vines. He's not going to be happy that I'm going to miss defending Leptis Magna. The Leptis Magna problem is actually going to cause him to want to invade me. Because I think I'm going to get minus 25 favor from failing to arrive. I forget if it's 25 or 10, but it's probably 25. At least I'm in the black. People are only pleased with me. I hate to say it, but I think we need a festival. These people need to cheer up, Goth. Entertainment walkers do mystify me sometimes. I actually have no idea why they don't have amphitheater access. Wait, they do? You tell me they don't have theater access? And what's your problem? The actor colony actors are doing some strange things. Are they not reaching here or something? They come in, they have their... I don't know what's causing this issue. The entertainment walkers are one of the few things in this game that still continue to baffle me. I have no idea what's stopping these people from having amphitheater or proper amphitheater access. The amphitheater walker needs to walk by whilst it has shows, so maybe it walked by when they had no shows? But we know it works sometimes, although maybe the new stuff I've built has changed their paths. Oh yeah, those boys in blue are so going to be on their way. Okay, no, there we go, there we go. I was walking by. There are no invasions on their way to me, which is rather nice. I absolutely must remember to dispatch a crappy little force. What is worse, actually? Not arriving in time or being defeated? Because that might actually have a big impact on this whole run now. Oh gosh, where is that information? I think it's on the blobber math sheet. It's not usually relevant, because I would just go and kill it. But like I said, this force is impossible to defeat. There is nothing you can do to beat this. Not that I'm aware of, at least. There is no information on that on the blobber sheet that I can see. Do I have any information on favor? Just be a good sport and send your entire army. I did. Then I'll have nothing to defeat the Caesar attack with. Well, here's the thought. If I know it's unbeatable, why don't I just send... Wait, why are one of my There's nobody here. Oh, wait. Is there no path there? Uh-oh. I never opened up the path to get to that. Okay, well, never mind that. Aftish's finest. You're on Empire service. Go and fail to defeat those. I cannot remember if sending a troop that arrives too late costs 10 or 25. Yeah, I always forget the numbers here because it's never relevant. I'll arrive in time and get defeated. Yeah, I never opened up a path to the Uras there, so they weren't getting their troops. Oh well, one problem at a time. Except we have a lot of problems, and not a lot of time. Still concerns me that the number of the days on the plays keeps running down here. The actor walker doesn't seem to prioritize going to the amphitheater very often. He seems to far prefer going to the theater, and I think occasionally he doesn't arrive in time, there are no plays, and then the access gets lost for everyone. So the tragic consequence is requiring another actor colony, probably. It's a desirable neighbor, so it's not a big deal to throw here, but... it is a big chunky building, no matter where you place it. There you go. Pretty important that Caesar gets his wood. What a challenging map. Unemployment's on a knife edge. I will just put it a little bit closer to one particular edge of the knife. And while we're at it, I don't like the fact that these people don't pay taxes, so let's change that as well. Yeah, the boys in blue are gonna spawn camp my city. if I don't deal with Caesar's errant ways, I might be able to slightly help there. I think if I give myself my clerk's salary for a little bit, I could send him a gift and slightly improve my imperial favor. But I don't know about that. Late though it is, it's still of some use. Good. Why not squeeze inside the housing block and use a garden to connect it? Why not squeeze what inside the housing block? Oh, you mean here? I don't like using gardens as roads. Although that probably just comes from a lack of understanding how best to use them. Alright, pleased enough. Still exporting as much marble as I can, but now I think I slightly overproduce it. Let's try and keep some on hand at all times. Really got to get that wood off to Caesar. Come on, IKEA, get working. But now I really shouldn't need to import any more timber for a wee while. Also, I am loaded up on too many vines. Please stop with the vines. The warehouse situation here is a complete mess, but tearing it up is a problem in itself. Caesar took 400 in tribute. Fine enough. It's a new year, new opportunities to spend money. I'd love to start thinking about patricians, but you tend to need a bit of seed money for that. I wanted my patricians over here, and I still want my patricians over here, but the implications for my industry are too severe. Because at least here I have everything the patricians need, it's just getting it over for the patricians becomes a huge problem. Nothing but bleeding problems here. And actually moving this here is kind of bad, because that gets in the way of potential patrician blocking as well. Maybe we should just bite the bullet and have my patricians elsewhere. Well, we should deal with the Caesar issue first. My troops are marching off to help Leptis Magna. The barbarians are on their way to destroy Leptis Magna. They will succeed in destroying Leptis Magna. And my favor continues to plummet like mad. It's not too bad if I can just sit down and make some money. If I can make some money, I can have patricians. Making enough food is a bit of a problem as well, though. Because we have the unemployment. Yeah, I can unsponge this. So yeah, if I just get some money, I can get some patricians and then be fairly confident in a win. I guess the patricians live over here, but I still need more population, don't I? Yeah, quite a lot. I don't like how close this farmland is to the invasion point. I never like that, and there are no walls to protect them either. So maybe my army has to migrate somewhere like over here so I can instantly react to any attacks here. And I hug my farms really close to the water and... it doesn't bridge across at all. That seems... Oh, okay, it bridges across here. That's mighty unpleasant. Especially considering that the natives are here. Okay, I don't think I can use this reasonably. fruit in a northern map, though. It's not good for food production at all. So what would I be doing? I guess I would squeeze this out for as much fruit as possible. This and this. That's not a lot of food, though. Jeez. And it's so scattered. So incredibly unpleasant to work with. I'm still bothered by this, because I want my patricians here. But knowing that I have to produce my wine and my oil locally, I don't think I can afford to do that. I have to bite the proverbial bullet. Ah, well, hang on. How many fruit farms can go here? I can get 3 fruit farms. Could I get a 4th fruit farm here? If I could squeeze 4 fruit farms here, and I think I can. Yes, I can. I can get 4 fruit farms here. That should be enough to feed all of my patricians, because 4 fruit farms... let's run the numbers, shall we? 4 fruit farms, they each feed 320 people. A large villa, which is our largest villa type, houses 90 people. That feeds 14.2 villas. So if I get my 3 farms over here, they go into a couple of granaries around here, which get all the grain imported as well. Grain goes hand in hand with marble. So the donkeys will just come here and then bugger off. So we get all of that done here, and then we have our patricians live here-ish. My army gets reappropriated down to there, then they should be able to quickly react to everything. Alright, good. I have a plan. I just need a lot of money. If I just had like 8,000 denarii, I could get everything done. No walls, no military buildings apart from the fort and the barracks. So I can't delay my attackers with walls for them to chew on.
A good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Oh, that's bad. So we can no longer import clay. We have to import pottery. Pottery has gone up in price. It's very expensive. It's still cost effective to import. It'll be imported directly from here and then spread out. It does make it a little easier to destroy my disgusting industrial block here. I don't think it's really the priority, though. Okay, suck your thumb, make some money, make patricians. That's what we're getting at. Okay, very thankfully that only curb stomped my favor by 10. So even though the Emperor is very angry with me... Oh my god, please, IKEA. 7% done, 97% done, 77% done. Okay. Get those last bits of IKEA into the warehouse. And then keep Caesar in the good books. We don't have a lot of good books, but keep him in them regardless. Come on! There you are, there's the guy.
The cities go. This one seems okay.
It's not okay. You have no idea how bad this city is. Just get that furniture in there. Get it sent off to Toga Boy. Process the rest of the furniture, because I can imagine Toga Boy wants it again for whatever reason. And I really need to make my patricians. But I also need to relocate my military, otherwise I'm just... Oh, God. So screwed. The military needs to go down here. And whilst I'd love to just save up all my money and do these things in a sweeping manner, if I don't spend my money regularly, Caesar comes and pilfers my coffers. By way of tribute, so he calls it. I'm going to get rid of 2 of the forts right now and relocate them outside of the natives' perception of land they think is theirs. Right, I'll move 2 of them over for now. I don't want to leave myself exposed to enemy attack, so 2 will do for now. The pandas never got all their horses back. I hope I'm not under attack. No attacks imminent. That's good. It should buy me some time to get these sorted out. Okay, Rome is for once happy. Thamagadi is also happy because they can sell me more of their overpriced pottery. 97% of the population registered for tax is pretty good. That's not 3% of my population, so some people are tax avoiding. It's really hard to tell exactly who at any point, though. Could be that these tax... Well, you know what? We could just be extra vigilant about our taxation. Could be that the tax walker doesn't always hit these people. No, he totally does. Wait, that's a big problem. Rome wants weapons. I don't produce weapons. Not only that, I cannot produce weapons without opening up seaborne trade. This is a problem, because it necessitates a dock. How long did he give me? Quite a lot of time. That was generous of him. It's not a huge deal. I can just set up a very, very sad weapon production area. And I mean very sad. Is this even arable land? Oh god, you have to fight for production with arable land as well. Grim. Sure are a lot of my beloved pink pixels around here. Alright then, I'm going to need to open up that maliciously expensive trade route. Maybe I'll sell them some fruit to try and break things a bit more evenly. More would be better, but that'll have to do. In fact, it means that the fruit can go here. So weapons, iron, fruit. We've opened a disgusting trade route. I need to import iron and export fruit. And we'll have a couple of weapon workshops. Who knows? I might even have some... I might even move the barracks down here and get some proper legions. No working dock. I know, I just built the bloody thing. Give it time. I'm wondering, why is Neptune so furious when we don't rely on water? The gods are still furious if you don't patronize them. But Neptune's not so angry anymore because I finally built him a temple. I was ignoring his temple needs for a long time. Oh, his temple's shoved in the back and beyond, but that's okay. They only care about the number of temples. They're very egocentric. Okay, we are under attack, in fact. Or people are coming to attack us. So repositioning the rest of the barracks may have to wait a wee while. We must turbo tax, though. Fortunately, people are okay with that. They are pleased with me. As long as I keep unemployment below 5%, they should remain pleased with me. Quick spot check tells me that the issue with lack of actors has been solved. Toga Boy's happy enough. He'll be hopefully ecstatic when I get him his weapons. Maybe he'll understand just how brutal of a request this has been. These people will not get any proper infrastructure. Does sicken me to do tent labor, but there we go. Actually to the point of costing me some labor, but I could always turn off my oil industry. It's not relevant currently. The fountain spam, yeah, I know, there's no escaping it on this map. Oh, okay, well, I was very happy to... What's with the trade going up and down? It's really bothersome. Yeah, the delicious money I was making on exporting marble has just died. I think the reasonable thing is to get rid of the marble production here entirely. That way they stop wasting the time coming over here and buying the marble. I'd like to spend some of this money so Toga Boy doesn't take it all, but I don't want to tear down any of my forts. Because I'm currently very short on an army. I guess it's no big deal, right? Caesar takes a big chunk of tribute, so what? We can handle it. We are fiscally... Well, actually, what I could spend some of that money on is a lovely festival to Mars. In preparation for all the attacking that's bound to happen.
I don't know why I bother with this route. They don't buy anything or have anything they want to sell me.
This city seems to be running smoothly.
Things seem to be working well here.
I'm glad some people are happy. Importing by boat is surprisingly slow, because your cart pushers come out one at a time with fixed period interval breaks. On the other hand, if they sell you something and buy at the same time, the cart pusher double dips. So he went there, he brought me the iron, but he also brought back some fruit for this guy.
Another successful voyage. The profit from this place makes the seasickness bearable.
Another 400 ducats sent off to Toga Boy. What exactly are the Romans doing for me? Oh, the roads and the water. I built that! Me! In my opinion, nothing does pick-ups and drop-offs as well as Stronghold. Well, it does have that very delightful donk-donk-donk noise and the ka-ching of dropping off food and weapons. But yeah, OpenTTD feels so good even though there's no sound effect. Yeah, just watching all of your coal unload and your steel be picked up. Oh. Oh. Does terrific things for one's heart. This is so sad. Just looking at the map, I actually think I'm going to make an eternal map out of this one. What I mean is, you know, with that Furniture of War map, and I finally finished it. Well, I went back and I didn't redo it, I just took the end point and then changed things on the map until it ran eternally hands-off. I was very satisfied with the result, and I think I'll do the same here. Just because the layout of the map really interests me, and I have a vision in my head that I'd want to be able to realize, but I don't think I can realize it under the time, fiscal, and army pressure that I'm under here. You built roads and aqueducts, Jake, but the Romans kept the copyright. Freaking copyright trolls. Okay, Aftish's finest have at least fleshed out. My money is fleshing out. Remember, my priority right now is to set up... I've even forgotten myself. Patricians, that's it. So, although the Patricians will get their food here, I do need to migrate my oil and wine production over here. That's going to necessitate one olive farm, and really only one vinery as well. I'm just wondering if I can squeeze that in over here. How about no? How about yes? Oh, okay, okay, we can get that over here. All right, let's preemptively clear a lot of this space. These trees are surplus to requirements. All right, the vision is forming. I can have a very sad double granary up here. It would have to be like there and there. Their access to labor is going to be tumultuous, though. Maybe I could have a more cool-looking granary set up here and here. Ooh, that would be... Wait, no, wait! Almost didn't notice that little bastard there. In fact, I didn't notice him when I was building this up in general. I was very lucky to not trigger the wanton destruction of my entire colony. Just like that. Yeah, but he prevents me from doing this. We're going to do this. That tells me don't build there. Kitty is unhappy that I noticed. Of course I noticed. I'm the best. I don't feel like the best here. I don't deserve to do the Jecht voice for this. I'm contemplating doing this setup. Here and here. Fruits come down into here. I get wheat delivered here. All the food ends up there. And then we end up with some kind of large-ish loop for the Patricians. It's a little fatter than it deserves to be, though. Trust me, this is not trivial. You accept the fruit. I'll find some way to make you accept the wheat. You need to produce that fruit, of course. I believe we decided that there is a way to get the fruit, but these need to go. Since my marble exports just collapsed, it's not a huge deal to delete these, but at the same time I don't want to, because I do still have some marble exports that can hold their end of the bargain. So I just need to have it prepared that we can have it. So I can have 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? Let's do it like this. So this will go down the line for the final fruit farm. So there's nowhere else it goes, right? Yeah. The fruit comes into here. I'm going to need to import a shed load of wheat, which is unfortunate because putting wheat into granaries is... yeah. Good use of your English mastery there. It's very... I need to contemplate this next part. I mean, what kind of shape am I looking for? I don't want to infringe too much here. I'm probably going to need it for plebeian housing. But at the same time, going too far down here gets a little bit close to the military aspect. Let me just bite that particular bullet. That does not fit there. Do not think for a second that it does. No real problem building it down a bit. Down quite a lot, even. So let's stick true with that. Desirability is not a big deal, because I could have service buildings on this side. That doesn't seem too obnoxious. I can live with that. The warehouse goes here and it stacks us full of wheat. That's also cool. And then, because I'll no doubt have all the patricians over here, I can use them to siphon labor over for their own production of oil and wine. Because why not? Fortunately, we're just next to water as well, so bringing them over the water, also not a concern. It's kind of a shame that I can't get all 14 of them on this side, because then I could... Well, can I not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, not even close. Fair enough. In that case, we'll just keep it simple with a getting warehouse. Will require multiple getting warehouses. Two should do. I worry about the pottery getter because he might get stocked up. Oh, Christ. You still getting pottery? Yes, you are. Good. How many hours left of the archipelago sign out? Who would leave it to last minute? Who would be a monster like that? As you saw from yesterday, I got my testing and setup done yesterday and submitted to Fishy. There was an issue getting... What game was it? Star Fox, but I got that running. Had to do a bit of manual stuff with Lua, but it worked out. Oh, right, there's space here, of course. That's handy. Alright, so I can have a couple of warehouses here. One gets furniture and pottery. The other gets oil and vino. The oil and wine is really quick and easy to get. Dun, 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 dun. I can't help but feel that this guy could actually just get the furniture for me. And this guy just gets the pottery. Because he gets the furniture and then he unloads wheat, and then he gets furniture and unloads wheat. The furniture demands will not be pressuring him too much. I will need to migrate my production of furniture somewhere, but that's a future concern. Could actually go here, truth be told. Do I believe that? I think I do believe that. I'm a little worried for the labor access here, but let's worry about that in the future. So that means that you are actually going to accept timber and furniture, and you will get pottery together with wheat, and my furniture production will just be one building right here. One. Two, surely, right? I always forget the bleeding numbers. I forget if one raw production is good for 20 or 40 people. I think one is good for... Christ, I can't remember now. Where are my numbers at? I've been playing this game for how many years and I still forget these numbers. Raw production is 0.8 carts per month and consumption is 0.02. So the raw does 40, the workshop does 20. So one furniture workshop will deal with all of my patricians. Very good. Don't trust these things not to explode on me, so where's my no explodey? There's Mr. No explodey. They're probably going to want some labor. Probably. Haven't asked them, but I suspect they want some labor. Just some little basic labor will do for now. I can't even tell if that's a merger point, but whether it is or it is not, it's not a very good place for it. Because it's right next to the Bleeding Granary. Put it over there then. Ideally, all of them are right around here. Scuppered anyone that wants to live on this place in particular, but it can still go on the inside bit. Yeah, the space are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, with space to spare. Alright, good. So we just make sure that we use all of that and we're good to go. Dun, da-dum, da-dum. Yeah, none of this is a merger. There we go. That should provide enough labor access for now for this loop. God knows how these people are going to work, because they might get trapped inside these granaries and not actually get labor access, but that's their burden to bear. Can I help them bear that burden? I think so. Can't even tell if that's a pink pixel there, but I'll slam you in regardless. Money running real thin yet again. How could this keep happening? I need a little bit more labor access so that these guys can produce their tiny amounts of oil and whatnot. So that's the third point. 1, 2, 3, pointing there. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That should suffice. That actually gives me a nice little place to dump labor in down the line regardless. How big is this? It's 10. What an inconvenient number. In that case, the warehouses can go on the outside. Warehouses are undesirable neighbors, of course. Alright, that's fine then. Warehouse and workshop for... I might as well double this up because of Toga Boy and his inherent demands. Make sure nothing explodes again. Okay, there we go. The bedrock of the Patrician society is built. They will get their pottery, their furniture, their whatever else. Can't help but feel I'm going to want a second furniture thing, but for now this will do. And actually, to jumpstart it, could you just go and grab the furniture from the other place? Thank you. And I wish for you to no longer accept timber. Yeah, okay, that's fine. It's fine for now. My money seems to have disappeared. How did this happen? Random rocks defy Rome authority and benevolence are maddox, and landlubber seagulls are living maddox. I think MrPanda put in these land-based seagulls, so I think it should be named after him some way, somehow. Where are the existing land seagulls? I think there was some over here, right? Yeah, they're right there. We can see them move around a bit. Look at that red square moving around. Those bloody seagulls. The seagulls that prevent me from building a road down here. Well, actually, they might not prevent the road, right? You're on this square. Okay. Okay, we can build gardens. What's the shortest thing that we can't build? Couldn't put an engineer's post under them, could we? No. Couldn't put a fountain underneath them. There we go. We can't do plumbing because there are seagulls overhead. I guess they might poop in the water. Flying bloody rats. Naturally, I set this to the correct thing so we don't accidentally import things we don't want. You are for oil and you are for wine. Somehow these guys got labor access. They must have wandered over here. It's good to know that they can wander that far, so I will need to keep labor access over here some way, somehow. What I'm wondering is, can I actually squeeze in a any housing here? And I actually think I can. I think I could do even hovel or maybe even insulae if we get that far. Well, concerns for the future. Not concerns for the now. Actually shy a few people. What industry can I even turn off at this point? It's not about turning off, but I can actually get rid of some of this stuff, can't I? This furniture stuff, for example, is no longer produced over here, so away it goes. Save me a bit on wages, if nothing else. Yeah, I remember taking a cover under an Argos catalogue because of pigeons overhead dropping their loads. The oil production over here can also take a nosedive. And the wine production over here can also take a nosedive. I wonder how long until Caesar gets on my case about the wineries. Why did that save me unemployment? Because wine is already off. Oil is already off. These can go, though. We won't be doing pottery anymore, either. That actually saves a lot of space to tax these people, but it's also made this area so largely irrelevant. Kind of sad in a way, isn't it? In that case, let's help empty it out a little bit. Go and get the oil, go and get the wine. I'll try and empty as much of this as I can. Just like how I'm emptying out the furniture. Oh! Oh. Okay. The game just kind of unloads a wheelbarrow of problems on me immediately. We're under immediate attack from locals. That's a bit of a problem, because they're disgustingly fast. I also cannot tell the difference between them and the natives. Also, because of this earthquake, my units can't get over here fast enough. Better save and save often. Yeah, they just appear here. If the mapmaker scripted them to attack a certain location, they are going to immediately leg it towards me. We'll see if that's the case once they spawn in. My units are going to take a bit of time to wander around. It's not a small attack. I'm feeling very glad that I repositioned some of my units already. It was good thinking by me. Who would have thought years of Caesar 3 experience is paying off? Certainly not a small attack. Despite seeming like they might be completely useless units, these guys is shirtless barbarians, they're actually really painful to deal with. Their speed means that they leg it towards you, and they tend to diamond up into a very dense attack stack. So they tend to get the 4-1 against you. Unfortunately for them, even though they are coming on the offense, I am ready for them. Well, I hope I'm ready for them. I'm going to target their 4-1 by 4-1ing myself. And then we'll have... I guess just get everybody on it. Fewer losses means fewer to replace. Alright, they're coming straight for the army. So hopefully my javelins will kill a few of them before they even approach. So yeah, the idea is they approach my army. We try and stack advantage 4-on-1, although there's enough of them that could be a problem. And at the same time, we have even more pointy sticks raining down on them. There is no such thing as friendly fire in Caesar 3. Highly effective, and I'm not having any of their nonsense. Where are my horses? Which ones are my horses? The pandas are the horses. Kill them. There we go. The only good Briton is a dead Briton. Highly effective Roman strategy of pile people up. Well, we're not playing Total War here. Not a lot in the way of tactics to be had. Not that I played much Total War. Right. We can be relatively happy about how things are going. The attack is not due for another maybe year and a half. I think that's a good enough reason to reposition my horses over here. I want to spend that money before Toga Boy comes in demanding his tithe. That will slightly shaft desirability, but not to a point where I care about it. Surely my patricians will feel better about being so safe by having these people nearby. And I think I understand now why they made the fort the building shape that it is. See, with the smaller top and the larger bottom, it means that units can actually navigate around their own fort, even if you layer them like this. Because they can always run along this side bit and across their own battlegrounds. If it was just a square building, they could easily get trapped, which causes issues with spawning the units. Good game devs, they thought of everything, yeah. Caesar 3 fixes so many of Pharaoh's problems, so much so that it came out before Pharaoh.
Everything seems to be working well here.
Nice reflection of Caesar as a game. Dare I start stocking wheat? It's going to be expensive, but I will need to. I think I don't have much of a choice. Begin the importing of wheat. Hopefully it doesn't go anywhere except that warehouse that I set up. Just making sure that there are absolutely no warehouses that accept wheat. Oh, whoa, mental... Ah! He did not give me a lot of time to give him those olives. Oh, jeez. How quickly can I produce 25 olives? Pretty quickly if I just bang them over here, but I'm going to destroy my food supply, which I'm not keen on doing. You could say. Could shove them over here and over here. This food supply could be massacred, we don't care about that. I need you to now accept these olives. And I need you guys to make way for the Olive Master. Oh boy, I don't actually have 9 months, I have 8. Oh boy, 8 months. Gonna need more olives. Okay, well done. You now accept olives. And I have to make sure I don't set them to export. Glad I checked that one. I won't massacre my food supply, but I will modify it. Caesar continues to be a massive pain in my bits, so we'll do what we can to keep him happy. Seems the Emperor's angry with you, I don't say. I may need more of those weapons down the line. In fact, producing weapons here doesn't seem like the worst idea. Not producing weapons, but producing legionnaires. But we'll do that once we have no other concerns. Employees are not needed. Do not believe the lies. How's Jake doing? Still on tenterhooks with regards to Caesar's anger, the prosperity goal, the time, the invasions, my military, and of course money. But aside from that, we're doing okay. Aside from everything, things are fine. Caesar's given me virtually no time to give him a warehouse full of olives. Which I notably don't have going spare. And we're working on the Patricians, of course. I made it sound like it would be no problem getting water for all my Patricians. Can I revise that statement? I'm okay with this. Okay. Shove my aqueduct over the road. Bring it out by 2 so I can have nice things here. And then have it come over from here-ish. Kind of excited about doing an eternal version of the city. I think northern maps just tend to look better. We'll set up our Patricians so that some of them are away from the road by 1 tile. Yeah, that should be fine. Having access to local marble and the Oracle makes us a whole lot better.
As cities go, this one seems okay.
Yeah, my city's pretty okay. Glad you think so as well. How are we doing on those warehouses? Wow, managed to stock 12 already. I'm pretty good at this game. I believe in your ability to get the map 1 because my points are on the line. Well, what's the ratio on that one? How are the gambles looking? These markets are going to have a lot of work to do. I just set up like 6 marketplaces and trust them to take care of everything. A slight issue is that I need a Colosseum. I guess I can shove it here, but I don't like how close it is to all of this. At least the army can get around the back of it pretty quickly, so maybe the Colosseum can go here. Although they can also just access by going around the back there, so it's not a huge deal. I still like the optionality, though. And I have this space for my... well, I haven't actually left myself a lot of space for the many services they need. Because it needs desirability boosters as well. And we have no plaza. I can, however, stick statues over here, which will have the range to impress some of them. Believe. And their entertainment's going to have to come from over here. Their entertainment walkers, that is. I can replace this warehouse with, well, anything else. Once Caesar gets his goods. Similarly, I'd like to replace you and move this road over a little bit. Leave me room with a 3x3 for here. That'll do. There, get your lions. The city taken earlier by Rome's enemies was recaptured by another governor's legions. And with time to spare, we got the oil for Toga Boy. Sweet. Alright, let's never speak of this fiasco again. Bring... Oh, that is not where that goes. Fruit. 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 I misplaced you. That was a double misplace, costing me 80 or so denarii. Let's just not misplace these. Thank goodness for the pipette tool. What if he asks for more olives down the line? Am I ready for that? I think I'll stack that warehouse full of olives just in case. What was that? What have I done? It was this, wasn't it? Ah, somehow I knew that this one would get me. Okay, they're going to cause a rampage. We just have to follow it and fix it, although I don't know what they've broken. Okay, they tore down this tent. I have a funny feeling they're going to tear down my Colosseum. That was surprising. That was very tame. Normally they go and ask... Oh, I see. I see. They are on a rampage here. But they got intercepted by my troops and my gladiator. Oh, thank God for the gladiator. Oh, we can no longer sell marble. That's all the more reason to destroy this. And I guess get rid of you, huh? Alright, Lion House can go over here, I guess. Not a very desirable neighbor. But also not very my problem. This whole setup is a little undesirable in a lot of ways. Couldn't I not have that there then, and instead we do something like... And let's not make this mistake again with building here. In fact, I'm going to put a garden here so I don't do that again. What I could do is have you come up like so. And then I can have my gladiators, are you ready here? My lion house here-ish. And then we'll just pretend we're okay. Oh dear. The aqueducts don't make a noise for being destroyed, but yeah, they cut down my aqueduct and just turfed out a lot of my people there. That's concerning. Let's tap into the reserves of unemployment. Temporarily. Shouldn't need any for the time being, so let's not import any iron. Although I would really like to make just one load of legionnaires, just so I have something with some stopping power. Since this isn't really doing anything, what I could do is I could have you get weapons. The weapons will go over here, and that's so slow though. I'd rather just have all of my units able to fight at once. No, we will not have you get weapons then. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it properly. We don't need that much fruit exported. Who cares? There we go. And that will be enough for one detachment of legionnaires, which we will get. But only when everything is full, because now we know our map maker does surprise attacks. It's no longer a surprise, is it? It's just an attack. I think a Colosseum worker keeps walking up here and finding no labor, which is concerning. Because it means others might do that as well. Why would we always walk up there, though? Yeah, you might just always walk up there and get lost. That is a concern. For me, no less. How do I make it less concerning? I could move my Patrician over here. It's not a huge deal to do so, either. Is that going to work? I think that's a pink pixel right there, so it won't immediately work. I will endeavor to move you over here. So in the lead up to that, I guess I can have my oracle here, and water will be not an aqueduct, a fountain will be here. Actually, I can go here. That's fine as well. Alright, I think next year I have to start building these patricians, because that prosperity of mine isn't going anywhere good currently. It's not going to be very good labor access, though, is it? For one square, they're going to get 4. And they'll get 2 here and 2 here. There's some weird arcane ways in which labor access works. He wants all my furniture. I say all of my furniture. Do I even have furniture to give, period? I have 8 furniture. He gives me quite a lot of time to do it. Even so, it sounds like I'm going to need to re-enable the import of timber. And probably have a second furniture workshop just to be sure of this stuff. Yeah, okay then. So we begin firing in firing in the wheat. I'm almost out of... Now, this is a really sad thing I have to do. I have to start importing pottery. So you're going to be the trade center of importing pottery. It's so expensive, it's going to practically bankrupt my city. So I really need these... Oh, hey, it finally got labor access. Very poor labor access. I need my patricians up rapidly, or else I'm in deep doo-doo financially. We have lots of wine, lots of oil, a little bit of furniture, although Caesar's called dibs on that. Not a lot of food, and I want my markets full of food. They didn't really get the memo on that. That furniture is going to be a real problem, isn't it? Wonder if I could just deny Caesar his furniture. I'm wondering if I can get away with that, because favor is 33 out of 100. The rest of that favor has to come from somewhere. I'm fiscally such a mess right now. Well, not much for it. Let me think. They only need access to 2 religions. How are the gods feeling in general? Oh, they're pretty happy. In that case, we love Venus more than most. And I guess Ceres keeps everybody fed. What else are they going to need? If they have a Colosseum, that's 25. How much do they need for a large villa again? Large villas need for entertainment is 45, so they will need a theatre and amphitheatre to go with that. Well, theatre, amphitheatre. Rather painfully, they're going to need an academy and a hospital. Those really are chunky buildings that suck up the unemployment. Which in a way is good. I'm going to leave this as a little pathway out for these guys. In case they need to very rapidly form a defense here. I'm going to need a school somewhere around here so it can hit everybody. Actually, this was a good location for it. And I've just kind of slapped an oracle on it. So let me see if I can squeeze it in elsewhere. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This thing. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I suppose one of them... I couldn't really go here. The desirability is down the toilet. Not incredibly willing to destroy this, but maybe I have to. Maybe I have to. I hope this school actually makes it all the way down here. If it doesn't, then I've just wasted a lot destroying that. What else are these suckers going to need? They're going to need a library. They're going to need a bathhouse. Of course, I don't have water access on that side, so where's the bathhouse going to go? I said I had room to spare. How much am I willing to test that theory? I think I could actually get away with shoving 2 service buildings over here. Let's start with the bath here. It's important. And they absolutely must pay their taxes, so it's a good place for forum. Kind of puts use of that rock right there as well in a good way. I think the only other thing they need is an actor colony, but they might not even need that. Because the amphitheater will give 10, even without shows. Or even with just gladiator shows. 10, 25, and 10 is 45, and that's what they need, so I don't actually need an actor colony. Alright, let's see where we can go with this. Probably nowhere good. One of the bigger issues, of course, is going to be desirability. It's often an issue. And this is no exception. Watering you is an issue. Okay, alright, that'll be fine then. Somehow this is eating up my workforce, so that's what we have the libraries for. Let's get rid of some of those. Oh, wow, that's painful. The price of importing pottery has just gotten through the roof. And I need to import some pottery. Debt is bad. Okay, maybe my need has to be turned into a need lit. I can't afford to go into debt around the turn of this hour. At least the market seems to be stocking up on the food all right.
Everything seems to be working well here.
If I can stay out of debt at the turn of the year, and then we absolutely power our way through to Patricians in 487 BC, we might be able to make something happen here. But I'm going to need to invest a lot of money in desirability. As you can see, like this garbage housing right here, they're not very happy. Yeah, well, the front-loaded difficulty is certainly persisting into the late game, isn't it? Oof, I'm already dreading the import dues on that pottery. But if I can get patricians going, then everything is well. I have issues importing that wheat.
The city seems...
Things seem to be...
I thought I saw the donkey.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Wrong donkey. Where's he even going? Oh, that's right. He's got to stop off here for giving me wood. Please don't give me too much wood.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
I can't afford this. Okay, we're in January at least. Let's power through now. And I do absolutely have to power through now. I can't draw the road out here. He is within 2 tiles of a road, though. He should be okay. You are going to need access to a doctor and a barber. That'll force you to evolve over here, where I want you to. Really, it's just desirability boosters that they're in dire need of. It's just that they are in very dire need of them. The oracles will cover up a multitude of my sins. Yeah, the range on the oracle is going to help me out a ton here, I'm sure. It's okay, I've made peace with just how much this is going to cost me. Caesar didn't get the memo, though. As they evolve, their demands are going to change. Let's not worry too much about it for now. I'm worrying a little bit about it, okay. They have all the goods they need. Oh, wait. A small problem, of course, is that Toga Boy still wants all my bleeding furniture. That just sucks. I think we tell Toga Boy to suck a fat one on the furniture. I need my Patricians more than I need him to not be going spare. Hopefully he's not going to be coming to any of these places. Just sod the oil. Sod the everything. Why am I still producing olives? I think I was doing that because of wanting them in case he demands more. I guess that's okay. So we can no longer export oil. We still export a tiny bit of fruit. We still export a little bit of marble. Alright. The Colosseum just never gets any employees, and this is becoming a big problem for me. Rebuilding the Colosseum comes with obvious, huge costs. But the walker for there is just never going where I need it to go. And it appears to be the only thing here failing to walk in the right direction. So what do I do in this regard? I could put down a little bit of emergency housing. Straining my eyes to tell if there's a pink pixel there or not. I think I can try that. Because it's pretty important that you work, because currently it's not getting me the entertainment that I need. Although that might mean that the Colosseum Walker won't go down here, period, which is its own problem. Maybe a tasteful medium villa? I couldn't really afford the food for that. We're on a very tight food budget here.
These houses pay so little tax, it hardly seems worth my time.
Yes, taxes do remain a problem, my friend. Why am I not importing any pottery? Oh god, I hit the wrong button. I said start emptying the warehouse, not become the trade center. That's why we're not importing any pottery. Well, in a way, that might have saved me a lot of much-needed money, but oh well. Yeah, the Colosseum barely operates here due to lack of workers. Get in there. Now become big thing. Okay, there wasn't a pink pixel there, all is well, and that puts you within water access. And that gives labour access to the Colosseum. Concern grows. I think you have enough on him for a medium villa and 14 large anyway, possibly. It's not outside the realms of possibility. 2 large statues right here, and you think the desirability isn't good enough. These freaking people, man. Da-dun, da-dun. Fair enough. If you need it, you need it. Ba-dun, da-dun. Maybe a little late to check, but I hope that engineer of mine is able to make the rounds. Yeah, having the Patrician area fall apart's pretty bad.
I'm hardly needed. These buildings are in great condition.
I'm glad you think so. Apparently he doesn't like the entertainment around here. The theatre gets to you. The amphitheater gets to you. The Colosseum I worried about this. I don't think the Colosseum's going to make its rounds properly. It seems like the walker only goes up here. If the labor walker only went up there, I think the proper walker is also only going to go up there. So let's do the unthinkable and spend 502 denarii moving our Colosseum. Caesar wants more stuff. So I'll have to re-enable iron imports to get him his weapons, because I've currently only got 14 of the 15 that he needs. This is why one of the things I'd really like out of Augustus is the preview of where your walkers are going to walk. I think I'm going to be losing now. We haven't been able to get our patricians operational, so I'm not able to get myself out of debt. And I still haven't done the importing of pottery that... Oh god, I never turned on the import of pottery! Oh, and that's going to put me into ultra debt. I think we lose now. I'm not seeing victory coming here. I'm seeing boys in blue coming in and invading my beautiful town. It might not even be worth sending Caesar the weapons, because at the turn of the year I'm going to go into minus 10, going to go down to 10 or 0 favor anyway. Yeah, we just don't have the money for this. And the Colosseum worker is still not walking around here. This is a disaster. Time to invoke the ancient privilege. We have no prefects. Send in the weapons for him to invade. Oh god, he's not the only one looking to invade me. I actually worry about this one because the Britons are going to attack me and a lot of my forces are too far away to help. I think that's it for this city. Yeah, if the Britons don't get me, the Romans will, and the Colosseum walker is just not going around at all. He's faffing around God knows where. Where the hell is he going? Walker system bad. Okay, actually, if the Footman Britons take their sweet time reinforcing, then we might be able to win this bet. Where's my money? Importing all that pottery put me into turbo debt. I can no longer build or dismantle anything. Britain's going for the flank there is interesting. Didn't work out so well for them. No, the Colosseum just isn't going where I need it to go. This is a disaster. Oh dear. This Colosseum cost me 1,000 to build and it's still not doing what I need it to do. Actually, is it even sending out a walker? There it is. Oh!
Hail, citizen! This city, we quite like it, really, don't we, Leah?
Could we be saved? I can't build anything. But could we?
You will mock Caesar no more.
Oh, probably not. Oh, the boys in blue are on their way. And I can't improve desirability anymore because I'm 8,000 in debt. Ooh. Would moving the Lion House closer work? No. So the way for entertainment is you spawn an entertainer in their entertainment building. So for the Colosseum, he gets a gladiator and a lion guy. They walk up and they take the shortest route, as they see it, towards the Colosseum, and they will give access to everybody they walk by. And then, periodically, the Colosseum itself will put out its own walker. So you essentially get 2 leaps of this one to all give access to this Colosseum. And he will send out 4 different walkers in 4 potentially different walk patterns. And when he was in his old place over here, what he was doing was every time he was walking along here, up here, getting lost and coming back. Every single walk was doing that. None of them were coming to the rest of the houses. Now that I've moved him, he's finally giving access to these other people. And now they need wine and other things, but it's too late, I think. Well, we can hold out some hope. At least we have a small villa. Although small villa makes less money than a grand insulae. Also, if I have any unemployment issues, I can't even delete my water farms to get labor back. Well, we got that tax as high as we can. Hope that Rome does not increase wages further. We need to get ourselves back down below 5,000 grand of debt so we can improve the desirability to get the rest of these houses up. But that is looking to be devilishly difficult. Just put water as low priority, easy. Yeah, that would work. It's a lot of clicking though. And I'm still tremendously in debt. When those boys in blue come along, they're going to level my city and that'll be game over. And I'm going to lose this map. I haven't lost a map in a while. And truthfully, I didn't think I'd be losing this map. It didn't look all that difficult. I think I underestimated that front-loaded difficulty. And my god, was it a lot of fiscal pressure. There's just been no breathing room fiscally at all in this map. Your exports degrade almost immediately. And you don't have the money to set up particularly profitable housing quickly. And as you can see, even when I got my small insulae up, which are normally my bread and butter of making money, the fact that you have to import pure pottery at outrageous prices for them just makes it very difficult to make money. So whilst I am defeated, well, I'm pretty sure I'm defeated at this rate. Look, I'm not even getting below 8,000 debt. It was a difficult map that drove me here. Can you send your armies up and have them ready for Caesar's troops? Yes, but your army will lose morale when it's outside of their fort. And I don't know exactly when Caesar's going to invade. And I haven't been invaded by Caesar for ages, so I really can't remember when he attacks you. I think it's a year, right? Yeah, so maybe in January next year, I'll stack all my units at the entry point and see if I can defeat Caesar. That doesn't get me out of debt, though, and the debt is the biggest issue here. There's no point even giving Caesar what he demands right now when he's permanently angry with me. Don't they hang about a year before attacking? Well, yes, but because they're going to spawn right on top of my city, they're going to immediately aggro on this. Yeah, the Colosseum is failing me. It's putting out its walker too infrequently. I wouldn't say all of my problems were because of this goddamn Colosseum, but it certainly didn't help issues.
Hail, citizen! This city, we quite like it, really, don't we, Leo?
That's why one of the things I really want from Augustus is when you hover over to build a building, it highlights the walker path. It shows you exactly where they're going to be walking. And that is so nice, because as much as I love Caesar, the walker system is complete garbage. Oh, it's so bad. You learn to love Caesar in spite of the walker system.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
I think I'm stuck. Just debt stuck here. Now we can no longer import iron for weapons. It shows you the 4 endpoints of the current road system, but if you change your road, yeah. I haven't played around with it enough to see. All I've seen is it on other people's streams. Yeah, we're toast. I will speed up. I will try to defeat Caesar's attack, but I've largely accepted my fate here. Largely. No, I can't imagine getting the favor up enough for the rest of this. Right. Can they even get there? Amazingly, they can. I did accept this as a risk when I built so close to the entry point. I did say at the time, you know, this is where the boys in blue will arrive. Didn't expect the debt issues to be this bad. There is an attack on its way, but it's at least a couple years away. Things travel slow in the Empire. Can we hear Nikki leaving the city before it's destroyed? Sure. Yeah, how was the voting on the win or lose? Because normally people vote for me to win on Caesar 3. Oh, good lord, they're here before I'm in position. An invasion in January? I didn't think they ever invaded in January. Oh my days. I was like a month too soon in having my units in position.
I've been thrown at my own.
Sorry, what was that, Nikki? I missed that.
I've got nowhere to live.
Thank you. 88% on win. Well, I've got news for you, Lose Lobby. My army has been destroyed. And the city's going down with it. There's a minute possibility that the gladiators could fight back the Roman legions and force them to run out of morale and leave, but I think the odds of that are pretty low. Caesar wasn't joking about wanting those weapons. Oh, they're even killing Nicky as he tries to escape.
I've been thrown at my own. I've got nowhere to live.
Well, fortunately, that's not going to be a problem for you for much longer, Nicky, because you won't need anywhere to live when you don't live. Oh, one of them scampered on through. Oh, and now he wants me to go and save another Roman city. I don't think morale plays into that, so I could probably win on that one, but... Ooh. I did like this map, though. There was one major thing that bothered me, and that was the unwinnable distant battle. The map maker knows that that was unwinnable. Why they put that in is beyond me. It's supposedly to reset favor. Eh? Yeah, those that can flee do. Alright, get out of here. Oh, I can't even delete my housing? No credit with which to do that. Where are the boys in blue? What are they doing? They're spawn camping my unit here. Oh, my poor city. They found a few more people to go and beat up. Okay, well, they're going to find and capture me and put me on the galley approximately nowish. What's the cutoff point for failure? I'm pretty sure I should have been put on my galley by now. How am I still losing money? Like, what is there still to spend money on? Normally when you're in low population during an attack, that's enough to cause game over, but maybe it thinks this isn't enough of an attack. What's all this do-do-do-do-do-do? Oh. I don't know. Destroyed buildings, perhaps. Ah, from the mobsters.
Deal with the governor! The governor clearly doesn't care about me, so I'm gonna show him how I care about his city.
What city?
If you want to know what cities look like when they burn, watch carefully.
Nice interactions. I'm pretty sure that the boys in blue will kill the protesters. That said, I've never seen them work together. A question for the future. How is my city even still mine? I should have been thrown off onto the rowing boat by now. There we go.
I am most displeased. Despite all the funds I invested in your city and the Senate's generosity with credit, you have let me down. Your city has not repaid the funds it borrowed. My faith in you was misplaced, and I am forced to find another governor to take your place. Perhaps you will fare better in the new role I have in mind for you.
Oh, I can't do it, kid. I'm not the best. Oh, I am more than a little surprised at just how badly that went. And our save is from just at this point. It felt very promising. At this point, I thought I had everything to get the Patricians operational, but I just couldn't get them up in time. Desirability and the entertainment was a problem. And because I was unable to get them up to a good tax position, we just crumbled financially. The imports on pottery were just far too much for us to bear. I wonder how I could have tackled it differently, though. Maybe I should have put more emphasis on exporting my fruits and olives sooner. Actually, I think that's a big part of why I failed. If I had set up my dock earlier and focused on maximizing my exports of fruit and oil, fruits and olives, that would have been 25 times 30 and 25 times 34. Well, not too bad. It's not an unreasonable amount of money, and it would have contributed towards getting this thing operational. See, I should not have taken for granted the seaborne trade or the olive trade, and that would have gotten me enough money to bridge that gap. Yeah, and that would have led to faster Patricians, Kindwin. There's that as well. Ow! Well, time to go rowing, and it's time to say hello to those points if, and only if, you were a member of the lose lobby. Of course, it's one thing to win, but it's more important to rub it in the face of those that lost. So can we get a list of those that are walking out with tons of points here? If I can find it, we can. Where's my prediction outcome? I think it's there. Hey, there we go. Look at those returns. By the gods, that's almost 10 to 1, and Vidox was the strongest proponent of the lose lobby. They put 22,220 points on it. They walk out with 190k. Tell us, Vidox, as the champion winner here, how does it feel to be so rich? The question might also go to Rainy, Luxshada, Frankie Vesna, as well as Ringelbert, Food Wasted, and Bass and Lenivd. They all put in 5 figures, and then there's this old dude and excavate down here as well. But what's the point of winning? It's more of a donation from the gullible win lobby, thinking we'll crush our way through this difficult map. Nobody lost harder than Nana, Nerak, Rohan, and Ubiquitous, and the rest of them are just bloody losers, not even worth naming. Rainey says it feels like a point stub. Vidoc says it feels good. Basilia says, oh, it feels great to take points from the win lobby. Oh, okay. Big congratulations to you for that. Guess if I'm going to want to eternalize the city, I'm going to have to beat it. Whether I do that in my own time or not, I'm not sure. I always feel a bit demotivated to play a city when I already know what's going to happen. It is a really nice layout, though. I have a vision in my head of how this city could look. Don't think I would redo it on stream, though. Nah, I don't like going through the same paces. But thank you very much, MrPanda. Very unusual to get a map that curb stomps me so thoroughly. The previous map came close. We managed to make it through despite the crushing costs. But this map, whoa, could not handle it. Maybe I should have mined the entry and exit points. I hear that's a shoe-in way to victory. Anyway, that's Caesar 3 for today. Let's get the glorious winning-lose lobby and losing-win lobby off the screen. And consider our next stream. I fancy some peak. I also fancy a short water break. So why don't I start up the peak, tell people to get in, and then on my glorious return, we do a glorious ascent.